squirrel. Squirrel has arrived. What's going on, squirrel? Did you get started on your big clean out? Oh, my neck. Gripes. Herr Zederach. Frau Zati. I think it's only the three of us actually at the moment. I don't know how many people are here. 4 people. 1 on Twitch and 5 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch. That's 6. All right, I was wrong. Let's plug this in. Give it a little juice. Let my neck relax a little bit here. Doting. Yeah, I imagine you'd be pretty busy. Or Zederach. Still feeling pretty bad, Zaddy? A little improvement, maybe? A little bit? I was just thinking about you, Max. Literally, I was just thinking about you. So whatever happened to Max? I haven't seen him in a while. Is he mad at me? No, he's not mad at me. We know how it goes. We know how it goes, me and Max. Where's Max? And sure enough, there he is. That's funny. Let's read. Finishing up these darned horses. I bet you are. Finally got a little time to work on them. That's good. His first day of non-doting. Yes, that's good, Zederach. I'm glad. Federal. That's right. It's a big holiday. Federal holiday. We were just talking about that, too, last night. Byron pointed that out. Oh, what a life. Stop summoning me. I have things to do. Yeah, right? It's funny. We'll be priming the troops in a few minutes. Well, that's good. How you been, Max? What have you been up to? Everything okay? Yeah, I haven't talked to you in, I don't know, maybe a month, 2 months maybe? It's been a while. Hope all is well. Hope your wife is treating you somewhat good. Somewhat decent. She gets carried away at times, we know that. It's time for the clobbering. Oh. Makes me smile. Well, my water froze last night. Yep, got up this morning, nothing, nada. I don't think the pipes will bust. I got a lot of PEX in there, so I shouldn't have too much trouble. I'm not afraid of them busting, or the fixtures either. The shark bite fixtures, they're the most vulnerable, but I'm not too worried. But it froze last night, and the worst part of it all, I have no water. I have nothing. Zero. Zilch. But the worst part of it is that we're going into the deep freeze for the next week, so there's no thawing in sight. And I'm not going to plug in the torpedo and warm it up down in the basement because that's a disaster. I can't do that. So I'm stuck. I have to buy water, which I'm trying to do today at this very moment. So that's a bit of bad news. Right, so I'll be doing dishes with the dog's water. He's got water. Things are getting desperate around here. Everything is good, just busy. Yeah, I know what that's like. Our greatest commodity is time. That's our greatest wealth that we can ever have, right? Time. Time to do things. Time to work, time to play, time to relax, time to sing hey hey, whatever. Need time. Sorry to hear that, Fritz. Oh, it's a disaster. It didn't. I'm fine. It's okay. I've been through these things before. But man, I was up on that water, letting it drip just enough since December. And nope, I don't know. I guess I was a little lax there, and it wasn't coming out quick enough because it got cold and windy last night. And we know how that goes. It's still windy. I got a sheet of ice for my driveway. I had to spend all morning throwing dirt down. I don't have salt. So I put dirt, spread it around the path and up in the drive a little bit. So at least I could get deliveries or something. My sister's down the road. She's supposed to bring me up some water. She can't even get out of her driveway. It's a disaster around here. I think yesterday it was in the 40s. Rained. So we got massive flooding-like conditions, and that night, deep freeze. Can you imagine? Yeah. It's going to get pretty frigid here all week. Yep. It's like, damn it. At least I have water. Nope. Taken from me. Even that was taken from me. It's okay, though. It's like survivaling. It's like the apocalypse. So I'm good with it, you know? It's like living a role-playing game. All I need now is for the electricity to go out. Oh, can you imagine that? That would be a real national disaster, I'm telling you. Anyway, enough about me. All in all, though, life is fantastic. I'm very happy. So, don't get me wrong. I could literally hear the wind out there speaking to me. Only a couple inches here. How you doing, Iron Man? Drifts, but not too bad. Little exchange of pleasantries. Always nice to see. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. What's meant to be is meant to be. Yeah, my back is sore. I just figured that out. Gonna work on flags today, you guys. I hope you guys are doing stuff too. Doing a little more work on the flags. Waiting for the old goggles to charge up a little bit. Burning Wheel RPG. Somebody told me about that game. I think it was Squirrel. Got a note here on my table. So how was your weekend? How was the weekend for you guys? What'd you guys do? Anything exciting? I know, Zaddy, you were probably recovering. Hi, Byron. We were just talking about it's a federal holiday today. We were talking about that last night. And Byron had a good chat. Kyle in there, Rachel, a little bit of Rosemary on the side. Yeah, it was a good time. Good convo. Sundays are our usual get-togethers, and usually we're rolling digital dice. Not so much last night. I just had too much good fun with the conversations. I got a couple jugs of water here thawing out. My water froze, Byron. I was just talking about that. What a disaster. I'm not going to go into it again. But yeah, that happened. Guys down Florida probably never have to worry about that. Or Alabama. Yeah, Max is in Alabama. It's close by to Byron and Rosemary. Just realized that. Wow, everybody's close by down there. That's good. That'll be convenient for me when I come down there to harass everyone. Come over and visit Max and we'll have a game of, what is it called? Oh, well, that's right, Earth Dawn. Yeah, we could do that, Max. It'd be just me, you, and Noro. Unless I bring somebody with me. Well, that's right. Byron isn't far away. Bring Byron and Rosemary. Call them over, have a big get-together, have a big feast, and we'll have some Earth Dawn action and roll some real-life dice. Wouldn't that be fantastical? Yeah. I'm going to do it. It's going to happen. Percy, he's not far away. Well, he's on the opposite side of over in Florida. I get down there and pick up a whole jeep load of gamers. We're going to play Earth Dawn, everybody. Get ready. Let's read. Burning Wheel is a must-read. So many ideas and inspiration, says Squirrel. That's what I hear. I think I have the digital version. I think somebody put me onto that. Yeah, I think I do have it. I'll have to take a closer look, just out of curiosity, at least. How you doing, Jeff? Master of the brush. Uh-oh. Yeah, frozen water. We do. Oh, you get your pipes freeze up down there. Really? Gets that cold? If it gets down to the 20s, upper mid-20s, for a couple days, it'll freeze. Any lower than that, it'll freeze overnight. I feel like I slept all day on Saturday. Well, that's right, I gotta check my thing here. Oh, jeez. Good evening, says Big Small. How you doing, Paul? How is everything? Percy, of course. Percy making an appearance once again. Hey, 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 it's Fat Albert. Hey, hey, hey. We went from 50s to 80s to 30s, back to the 80s. Boy, that's all over the place. Is that typical for wintertime down there? Man. On Sunday, we had another great conversation with Kevin Sembita. Live streamed hook line and sinker adventure concepts, then talk behind the screens for over 3 hours. Of course you did. Those behind the post stream chats are always lengthy and really good, usually. That's my experience, so it doesn't surprise me. Funny, I'm working on some Earthbound edits right now. You are. Just under 70 degrees today. He's in the northeast, I think, of Florida. Percy, might be correct. Yep, Percy Block. Flinter is back. I don't know what that refers to. 23 degrees here, says Squirrel. Sunny, not much wind. What else is down our... Who else is down our way, Fritz? Down in Florida, there's Frank Frey, there's Percy, Jeff Wesovich, you, Rosemary. Right across the way in Alabama is Max. That's 6 people that I know. There might actually be some more, if I could remember some of the folks, but that's 6. There's a lot of folks down in Florida. That's why another reason I want to go down there on my journey to Arizona, Texas, Arizona. But yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I was kind of excited because Firelock Games was down there too, but then they moved. Because I really am a big fan of Firelock Games. Yeah, we'll have to work something out once the wheels start turning, Byron. I see what you did, Zadarak. We're going to get to that. We had 2 days off of work because of that freak snowstorm a couple weeks ago. Around us had multiple inches. We somehow got nothing. You were in the donut hole. That happens. Zadarak, put towards your water. You didn't have to do that, Zaddy. That's great, though. I appreciate that. That is fantastic. Let's make that prime. Zaddy, keeping hope alive. Keeping the water pipe. Well, they're not going to thaw right away, but that helps. Give me a supply of water for the next week. Well, I hope it thaws out, man, pretty soon. That week of deep freeze water pipes frozen, that's a long time. Yeah, thanks, Zaddy. Appreciate it. Well, let me put that back, actually. 3 extreme fluctuations are not typical in subtropical areas like east and west, north Florida. Winters are 30 to 50 degrees and lots of rain. This has not happened this year. That's interesting. The groundhog said 6 more. I almost said 6 more years. 6 more weeks. 6 more weeks. There you go. 6 more weeks. Which, yeah, I don't know, though. It doesn't look like it's really that bad. My outlook on February. Initially, it was looking like it was going to be pretty much deep freeze the whole month, but I don't think so. We started off okay. Had some decent weather. I mean, up here in the north. This is really the first time we've gotten back down into the deep freeze. And wind. That wind is brutal. I don't care how cold it isn't. If it's relatively cold and the wind is blowing, forget it. Like, it's 25 degrees right now. Not bad, but it feels like it's about 20 because of that wind. Inside. What did the groundhog say? I said that. Sounds like his Yeah. His prognosis was definitely accurate. It usually is. Last year he said it was going to be a short winter. And it was. Just like it was the year before. That one I think he messed up on. I don't remember. But man, we're almost done with this mess. We're at the halfway point of February. People wonder why I talk about weather so much, especially when winter hits. It's because up here it's brutal. Anyone who's lived in the northern states knows what I'm talking about. You guys down Florida probably don't talk about the weather too much. Maybe you do. Huh? Well, humidity, rain, hurricanes, look out. Tornadoes, earthquakes. You don't get earthquakes down there. Tornadoes, yeah. Poor Max. Of course, the one day I get to watch and I'm put to work. Lol. If you're streaming that, I'll be on usually about 3 hours, 4 hours tops usually. Miss you, Max. You do what you gotta do, man. It's all good. I get it. Noro runs a tight ship. I'll tell you that. She knows how to crack that whip, if you know what I mean. Max isn't always averse to that either. But yeah, tight ship for sure. Things gotta get done. I have a day off, do you? Perfect. Right, Max? Right? Florida weather season starts in June. Hurricane season. Yeah. That's pretty dangerous. Not like a snowstorm, I don't think. My elderly mom is nearly deaf, says Ironman. All we do is text about the weather. While you're sitting in the same room, I imagine, right, Ironman? Sit there texting away. Glory, hallelujah. I'm hurricane free. Boy, I'll tell you, the wind was blowing last night, though. Getting a little freaky. I was thinking it's definitely over 30 miles an hour. I'm surrounded by 60-foot tall pine trees, which have been known to tip over from the roots. The roots are not very deep. They're very much a surface root tree, except for the taproot. But yeah, they can tip. And there's one right here that's right in line with the center of the house that I'm living in right now. And it would be devastating if that came down. Power lines everywhere. Yeah, got a nice injury there. That was from working on the damn pipes that busted the other night. Let's not get into that story. Yeah, one thing after another. We're going to get back to flags. Look at that. Working on the center points now, the little orange dots in the middle. Little buttons, as it were. There's going to be a big double-headed eagle in black in the center of that, which I'll either paint it or use a permanent ink. Either one works. That's last. Well, I'm glad everyone survived the weekend. I'm glad you're holding out pretty good there. Zaddy getting better. Keeping hope alive here. Max, everybody seems to be pretty good shape, really. That's good. That's good. Hmm. 2:54 p.m. gonna have to. I'm gonna have to do something here. What time is it? It's 2:17. Da-da-da. What's your favorite drugstore? What's your favorite drug or convenient store? That's my question of the day. Favorite drugstore? I'm curioso. Would it be a CVS? Would it be a Rite Aid? Walgreens? Come on, what's your favorite? If you have a favorite. Let's say most frequented. Yeah, that's a good one right there. Frequented. Wow. Scratch that idea. Dollar Tree. Vita C. Pressed coconut water. That's what we'll do. We'll get coconut water. I got well water. That's what I'm used to. Hold on, big small. My favorite pharmacist right now is a little independent one, 30 miles away in Bately, which is the only place we can get Creon for Ruth's mum, vital as she had the Whipple operation. Lost her pancreas and bits of other organs. Yikes. 30 miles away. Holy smokes. Big small. That's a long way to go for the essentials. I got little convenience stores all over the place here. Not far. Let's see when the sunset is. I need to look this up today. Sunset. Sundown. Let's see. 5:39 p.m. Okay, it's not bad. 5:39 p.m. sunset. At least where I live. Dollar General. Basically, because it's the only one around us. They are closed. They closed Rite Aid last summer here in town. Did they really? I usually get Rite Aid for my convenience. But there's a Walgreens and a CVS and all that stuff close by. Don't you have a little store like around the corner, around the block from you, Zadarock? You kind of got a little convenient place there, I think. I know Squirrel's always heading off to the store real quick, and it's like across the street or something. That's pretty convenient. That's as convenient as you can get. Poor Paul has to walk 30 miles. Or if he gets fancy, he takes out the old tricycle. Right, Paul? You got this. You got this, man. Keep you in shape. There are literally hundreds of closer drugstores, but they haven't had this particular drug for months. It's weird and makes you think what the world would be like if all something there were hard to obtain. Yeah, it does. Well, I was just saying, my water froze, so it's like apocalyptic conditions here. You know, the road, not many people are on the roads. There's no life around here at the moment because of the wind and the ice and the cold. And then the water goes out. I mean, what's next? The electric? That goes out. That's apocalyptic. But I'd be okay with it. You know, you get the candles, you go into survival mode. It's like you were in a role-playing game, you know, playing some Walking Dead or something. So I'm okay. I'm okay. I could do good. I'm a survivor. Circle K. I had Circle K once up the road from me. Like a mile away. That closed down as soon as it opened. I'm a Dollar General fan. Yeah, take that, everybody. Take that. Yeah, well, there is that. Got a few of them around as well. Everything for $1. $1, or close to it. Close to $1. I farted Rosemary. Get on the... what's the name of it? The Exorcist. She's put together an Exorcist vehicle for the Sisters of Battle. It's basically a rhino with a pipe organ on the top back. Shoots missiles. More calls. I'll be back later. Okay, Byron. Hope to see you soon, Byron. Be safe. Empty now. What's with all the stores closing? It's not because of the derailment thing that happened, what is it, a couple of years back now? It's not because of that. Maybe it is. She's working on it today, I think. You should message her. I do occasionally. I don't want to pester her. We all learned our lesson last night. If she's sleeping, lay off. Eggshells, eggshells. Poor Byron's tiptoeing around the house all night. You better fix those creaking doors and floorboards, Byron. You're in trouble. could be a disaster. Gotta watch out for Rosemary. Gotta step lightly. I'm kidding, of course. Haven't met Rosemary, folks? You're in for a treat. She's awesome. Just a coincidence. They were closing anyways. Oh well. That's too bad. I like little convenience stores. Yeah, that's another convenience store. The Convenient. Got a bunch of them around here too. Would you like a Slurpee? Those places. Slurpee. Slurpee derpy. Danger, danger. What are you working on today, Paul? Saw your models you've been posting. Those little scenes of taverns. Great stuff. Thinking we're gonna see some of those pictures in upcoming episodes of his Warhammer tale, his chronicle of a campaign they're playing. This one's big. What's going on here? It's okay. It's okay. These don't have to be perfect. Because they're all crinkled and bent in on themselves to get that realistic look. So you don't notice these things. Get a little creative too. Not have to worry about, hey, that's not what the flag looked like. You can't do that. This orange is a little bit strong, but that's okay. Just tapped 15 horses to a long strip of wood so that I can spray prime them the next dry day. Well, there you go. Now coming up with an ingenious cardboard tube and wood screw system to mount the what are you doing? To mount the riders in a manner I can also spray paint. What does that look like? Ingenious cardboard tube and wood screw system. Wood screw system. I don't know what you're up to. Well, that's going to be interesting. Don't forget to patent that. If it works out, that is. How do you like that? Creative folks we are. Creative folks. All for the sake of efficiency. We try to become so efficient in this painting process. Particularly wargamers, because we paint armies of things. It's never just one model or two models. It's always an army. We tend to get a little creative and efficient, rather. how we go about this nonsense. Okay. Rock and roller. Sam the Sham. Let me finish this row here. Try and get all these little circles filled in today. Get this out of the way. Okay. I'll put a pic on the whatchamacallit Discord. The old whatchamacallit channel. There you go. Yeah, you do that. I'm curious what it looks like, this creation of yours, to facilitate quicker, more efficient priming of horses. Oh, horses drive me crazy. Like squirrels doing horses today. I hate painting horses. I love horses in real life, but I hate painting them. Just tedious. My least favorite thing to do. Well, my least favorite part of this hobby is probably cleaning up miniatures in preparation for priming and painting. The cleanup. Oh, because some figures are disasters to work with. There's a lot of cutting and filing and this and that. And I mean, you got to do hundreds of figures like I do. Oh, man. You get blisters in your fingers sometimes working with these figures. Cripes. Especially metals. Do I sound like I'm complaining? I guess I do. I'm not complaining. The singing GM. Okay, so we'll get some water today. A few other things. I usually don't buy any supplies this time of the week, but might as well get a little bit extra with the water because it's going to be so brutal cold for the next week and icy. Ugh. Tempted to go out there tonight and build up the bonfire and beat the drum a while. Right? Hail the gods till midnight. See what's going on here. Druids. Baron's playing a druid in my Castles and Crusades campaign. He's an old elderly gentleman of elven persuasion, with a melodic voice that's aged with wisdom. More like that, I think. Rosemary's playing this is the first time she's ever really played a role-playing game. I guess she played 5e, and it was a bad experience. But she's very happy with this Castles and Crusades campaign we're playing. She's playing an Elven Ranger. Classic trope there, right? Yeah. She's doing good. Doing a really good job. I think Kyle's playing a human fighter. Jesse's playing Elven Wizard. So I've got 3 elves. Yeah, we got... Is it really 3 elves? Wow, it's a big ear count. So once I get my Flames of War, Hit the Beach starter set finished, all the contents in it, I've got a lot of stuff I'm going to expand on and build up these armies again. I've got a lot of stuff now waiting to be painted. But I think what I might do, I do have a bolt action project coming up. This is something I wanted to do for a long time. I love painting 28mm World War II Warlord Games miniatures in particular. Love it. I've got a little stockpile of a couple platoons worth of Germans that I'm going to be working on. And that's a project I think might be next for me. And build that couple armies of that up to a nice base. Then maybe we'll start a new project after that, or get back into some Flames of War expansion. I've got a lot of stuff. I haven't really thought too deeply about it, but I know Bolt Action has been calling me for a long time. I mean, you got the new edition of Bolt Action just released. Looks awesome. Can't wait to play it for the first time. And Chain of Command by Two Fat Lardies, which I love. That's coming out in a new... is it 3rd edition? No, 2nd edition. Yeah. That's coming out in a new edition as well soon. And I'll be excited to play that. Love Two Fat Lardies. Some of my favorite games are I Ain't Been Shot, Mom. Played loads of that. What a Tanker and What a Cowboy. Want to play some What a Cowboy. And some other games produced through Reiswitz Press, which is also affiliated with Two Fat Lardies, but not really Two Fat Lardies. That would be all those fantastic games by David Brown. Pickett's Charge, which I never played. If I ever get an American Civil War, which is a possibility, that would be a go-to set to explore anyway. And General Darmay, which I never played enough of, sadly, but it's a fantastic game. Of course, Midgard, just released not long ago, fantasy stuff. Fantastic game. I do have the PDF for that. What a great game it is. That's something I'm going to play a lot of. That and Oathmark. Yeah, lots of stuff going on, folks. Just sitting here pondering my miniatures hobby. Some of the things I've got plans for as I get my game studio back. It feels good. It's going to be a good year. Things are going absolutely swell. Even with some setbacks here and there. It's awesome. Can't wait. Life is great. Life is grand, I'm telling you. check something real quick. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. No, no, no. Barissimo. Barissimo. Yeah, I'm in the singing mood today. What's going on, Squirrel? What's going on? Nothing wrong with that. Gotta keep those vocal cords in order, in good shape, so I don't lose my voice when I do these streams. Because I talk constantly. Gotta keep talking, gotta keep it going. I don't always do that. I let the music play usually. But if you're a streamer, you learn these things. Engagement, as they say, right? Engage with your audience. Right, Squirrel? Right, Iron Man? Little engagement. You hear me, Zaddy. Let's keep that charging. I'll get back to this. Got some flags that are black and dark blue. Boy, you can barely see the separation of colors. That's okay though, because that means we can highlight. We're going to do some major highlighting on those flags there, and it's going to really have some contrast kicking in. I like that. I love highlighting these little flags. That's what really sets them apart. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, I'm being summoned. No, I don't want to be summoned now. Yeah, I might have to do this. Let's see. Yep, I've been summoned. Gotta take care of something here. Just a little something, something. Let me go to the chat real quick before I do that. This will take me a few minutes. More Beatles. Get some more Beatles. Let's go to the chat real quick. I have never been engaged. Just a few flings. Of course, Iron Man. Really? Actually, now that I think about it, never got to that point of marriage. I did at one point. Just once. Never go back to it. It's not my thing. Life was very different for me after that. And I'm happier than I've ever been. Honestly. I don't know about you, Iron Man, but I am definitely well suited for the bachelor life. I really am. It has its downside, of course, but you know, it's just not for me. Just not for me, Zadarok. I'm sorry. It's just not for me. I had a lot of good times with the ladies, and I still do. But I don't know. Just the relationship side of things, just I'm not good at it. Or, you know, this long-term stuff. I don't know. I don't want to even talk about that, but yeah. Just frustrating. Too much. So I'm done with this. Anyway, that's my thoughts on it. Pictures up in the general section. Oh boy, let's check out this invention. We'll do that in a bit. I got to do something first. But yeah, remind me if I forget. Zadarok, of course, breaks out in laughter. Okay. Let me take care of something real quick. La-da. I'll do a little song and dance for you. Well, not a dance, but I'll try and sing some songs here. La-di-da-da. Or hum. Actually, I probably shouldn't. You guys got music playing on the stream, which I can't hear. Rock and roll, hoochie coo. Do 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 do. Okay, that's enough. I'll be quiet. Kansas. Remember the band Kansas? For that matter, remember the band? The Band? Anyone remember the band? I just saw a post, I think it was yesterday. They're all dead. The band has officially died. They all died. Just recently, this year. The last survivor is no longer. Boom, boom, dun, 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 dun. Oh, that was easy. Okay, let's get out of this. Rock and roll. Perhaps. There, with that out of the way. Man, I'm getting overwhelmed with things going on here. Hold on. Gotta monitor something over here. Okay. Let's go look at this Pikachu. Alright, let me see here. This little creation that Paul, Big Small, has done. Let's see what this is about. You guys can check it out as well over on Discord. I'm going to put it in the stream. Let's see what we got here. What is this? What kind of creation is this? Here's the wood screw and cardboard tube method I have just invented to spray prime the riders. Okay, I see what you're doing. All right, yeah, okay. Hey, that would work. Screw that right in. Probably all the way to the bottom. What, did you cut the tube in half? How do you keep the screws from tipping over? That must be a really thick tube. I think it is. It's one of those thick ones. All right, okay, I could see that working. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's a good idea, actually, since they're riders. I never thought of that as being an issue, but yeah, that would be an issue. Very good. What are you looking at in the background there? What is that going on? Watching other streams, are you? Ah, I caught you. What is this? Some Fritz character. I think he's the guy that spams my community on Discord all the time. Yeah, that Fritz. Gotta watch him. He does these wacky 4-hour-long streams. Huh. Trying to one-up me, he is. But anyway. Let's get that off the stream. I could find it. Where'd it go? Get out of here. Get off the screen. Iron Man. Too old for young love. At this point, you become good friends as long as you don't live together. You need to be young to learn how to grow old together. Nice take on it. Nice take. Mirage is a one-shot deal, says Persley. Happily married, but would never do it again. There you go. Words of wisdom. Okay? There you go. The band was awesome. Kansas, also very good. So the band got an awesome. Kansas got very good. So there you go. Pretty good ratings overall from Zadarok. Well done. New challenge. Hang the figure with a string and paint without touching it. Yeah, that would be a challenge, wouldn't it? If you're looking for a great video, find The Last Waltz. It's a documentary about the band. I wonder if I saw that. When did that release? I might have seen that. Long time ago. I'm starting to get little memories. I think I might have seen that at one point. Or at least some of it. Cripple Creek. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. 1978. Well, that was a long time ago. I think I did see it, actually. But it was a long time ago. I should barely remember. I'll have to look that up. They were good. God, the bands don't exist like they did back in the 70s. Particularly the 70s. One could argue the 60s and the 80s too. And I don't know, for me, I think it's a lot of those 70s era styles. Not necessarily the music, but the style of music. And really the quality of the music just ain't there anymore. Everything's so digitalized these days and electrified. I don't know, man. I ran across the old 70s show Midnight Special. Some awesome performances. Yeah, I remember them. Remember the Shocking Blue? That came to me when you said Midnight Special. I think they were on a episode of that. Shocking Blue, if you ever seen Shocking Blue. Fleetwood Mac. Stevie Nicks. Yeah, the good old days. I didn't listen to their music too much, but I watched the band. Fleetwood Mac. Speaking of Stevie Nicks, man. Episodes are on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's got everything. Just watching episodes of HR Puffin stuff the other day. It's all on there. YouTube's got everything. Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. Rod Stewart doing Maggie. Yeah. Maggie May. Is that the video I'm thinking of? It might have been. He had a... Well, we'll leave it at that. Anyway. Big Small says, I was listening to the electric music in the very late 70s. Kraftwerk. We need guitars? Yeah. That said, I'm very much into techno. Remember that, folks. I'm all over the spectrum when it comes to musical interest. Yeah, I love my techno. Don't get me wrong. But I also love my classics. I also love my classical. And my jazz. Man. Music is music. Just ebbs and flows. Up on Cripple Creek. Anyway. Right, Zaddy? Cripple Creek. Linda Ronstadt. Ooh. Had some pipes. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Music was okay. I guess I had one album. The stream is in danger of music kibitzing. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe, Percy. We got this. It's when I start streaming UFC fights. We're in danger. I should have known better. UFC is a pretty big deal. You don't want to be streaming their stuff. They'll get you. They'll get you. I wasn't thinking. I love my cage fights, though. Bare knuckle boxing. Oh. Gramda from Poland is probably the best bare knuckle fighting I have seen so far to date. Those guys are brutal. I think they got some lady fighters. I don't remember. They have the Bare Knuckle Association over here in the States, and that's got some pretty tough ladies. And dudes, of course. Yeah, that's good. Brutal. Never a dull moment in those fights. Tina Turner. Oh boy. For the win. Percy's a Tina Turner fan. Look out. Kapitzing. I remember that band. Okay. They crashed a lot of parties. Now blood sports. Yeah, it's getting that way. Personally, not into watching women fight. Oh, I love it. I love women athletes. It's a perfect combination, I'm telling you, of athleticism and beauty. Or feminine. We'll say it that way. The feminine side. I like it. I love it. Right now, my favorite dude fighter, probably in UFC, is Strickland. I'm a Strickland fan. Don't see Conor McGregor fighting too much these days, but man, he's a character. He's good. I'm always in his corner when he's going at it. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Strickland. If you know who that is, there you go. If not, it's okay. But yeah, it's not for everybody. I'm waiting for my supplies to get here, folks. That's why I'm kind of bantering quite a bit here. I want to get that done and out of the way. Get a supply of water, among other things, coming in because my water froze. Again, thanks for that, Zaddy. It does actually help. Anyway, moving on, Percy. Just good old... Pickles Arts, a.k.a. boxing, women's snow wrestlers. No, women's sumo wrestlers. I have a hard time seeing the screen for some reason. Now, that is fun. Women's sumo wrestlers. Oh, not sure about that. I was watching sumo. Opening ceremony to some sumo tournament that was going on. That was interesting. And I was just watching the opening ceremony because I love all things Japanese. It's great. But you see these big guys coming out. You know, they got the breechcloth going on, and just they're huge. But these guys are freaking athletes. over there. This is an athlete. Those guys are solid. They're not like a couch potato here in the States or something. It's a total different body setup going on. These guys will hurt you. They can move too. Sumo wrestlers, I mean. Kenny Rogers. It's funny you mentioned Kenny Rogers. The first edition just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. Zaddy. I was just thinking of Kenny Rogers. I was wondering if he's still alive. Is he still alive? Did he pass away? What happens to all these artists that just fade away? You don't know if they're still alive or not. Kenny Rogers, man, he was all over the place. He was doing all kinds of acting. Usually Old West shows, movies. My old man liked Kenny Rogers. You've had to find time to leave me, Lucille. Right? Kenny Rogers. Sumo was all rigged. Oh, Percy, what a downer you are. First, you don't like the ladies. Now, Sumo's rigged. Terrible. Terrible. Forget the combat sports. Nope. Not Percy's thing. That's okay. That's okay. Percy's telling it like it is. Nothing wrong with that. When I was a kid, I thought he sang 400 children, crops in the field. 400 children. That's funny. Look it up, facts. Percy's dealing out facts today. There you go. Sumo's rigged. It's rigged. Yakuza. They're involved. The old Yakuza. I bet you they are. Okay. Kenny passed away in 2020. Oh, man. Did he really? Wonder how old he was. Zaddy will look that up, too. Wonder how old he was. That's too bad. Kramer liked Kenny's roasted chicken. What? Oh, don't talk about anything too interesting, as I now need to concentrate as I edit a story. Uh-oh. All right, Paul. All right, I'll keep it as dull as possible. Dull. We're going dull today, folks. We're going to do a little dull convo. Right? Actually, I got to step away real quick. Actually, maybe I don't. We're going to Dull City, folks, for a little bit. For some fantastic dull conversation. You don't want Paul getting distracted after all. He could mute it. Ay, ay, ay. What kind of life is this? I don't know. Well, hopefully I got my water. Oh, it's sunny outside. Damn, I paint the house. Yes, I do. Anyway, let's move on here. Trying to keep the dull conversation going here. Dull. Pennsylvania Turnpike food. What do you know about the Pennsylvania Turnpike? 82 years old. Yeah, that's about right. I wasn't a huge fan or anything, but I grew up hearing his music and watching his movies and stuff because my father was a big fan. But it was pretty good, man. Whatever happened to Chris Christopherson? Remember him? I'm sure he's probably gone too. Chris Christopherson? I liked him. He was a tough guy. They made a remake of A Star Is Born back in the 70s or early 80s. What was it? I think it was Barbra Streisand and Chris Christopherson. But the soundtrack to that was pretty good. It was really good. Hope that's still a dull topic for Paul. I don't want to distract you, Paul. Keeping it dull here, folks. Keeping it dull. Most of the Addams Family show cast died rather young. Saw a video about it yesterday. Did they really? The original Addams Family. I assume you're talking about. Isn't the little girl still alive? She's making a... I think she's still alive. Most of the Addams Family. 31 Celsius are primed. Excellent, squirrel. That's good. Kenny Rogers roasted chicken doesn't stand a chance here in Popeye's fried chicken country. You got lots of Popeyes down there? I don't think we have any Popeyes up here in the north. I think we talked about that before. Chris passed last year. Oh, jeez. Who else is gone? Chris Christopherson last year. Oh, well. One of the original Highwaymen. Didn't he write some of this? He wrote at least one of the songs for what's her name? She died young, early 70s. Jim Morrison days. What was her name? She wasn't a good-looking woman, but she had a voice that would knock you out. You know who I'm talking about. She died young. It's that one song. He wrote that for her, and she sang it, made it famous. Oh, I think it was Chris Christopherson. Janis Joplin. That's it, Percy. What's the name of that song? Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Molly McGee? Is that it? I jumped on Foundry Discord to ask a support question. A moderator answered right away and helped me a bunch. Very good. Yeah, that's good. I'm on there too. Yeah, what was your question? I'm curious. Popeye's chicken are in Harrisburg. Are they? Okay, Central PA. I haven't been through there in years. It doesn't surprise me. These things make their way across the country eventually. Ask me and I will answer, and you can give me a score out of 10. That's a random thing to say. Did I miss something, Paul? What brought that up? Bobby McGee. What did I say? Molly McGee? Where did I get Molly McGee from? I think Molly McGee is a person mentioned by Jim Morrison in one of his songs, Peace Frog or something. Or what song was that? I think he mentioned a Molly McGee. Now I'm trying to think of that song. Boy, it's just one thing leads to another. Bobby McGee, that's the song we're talking about with Janis Joplin. Me and Bobby McGee. La da 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 da. Great song. Boy, could she sing. I use the compendium for actor and scene assets a lot. This is on Foundry. No way to import new compendium items, but you can build the assets in the Forge instance and add to the compendium. I make my own compendiums. They're called shared compendiums. You save all your stuff that way so you can have them for later or transfer them between campaigns. I do that a lot. I bet Janis Joplin's friends really never drove Porsches. Okay. There we go. Little Porsche. Da 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 da. We're now for one shot. A better day starting in March. Most Wednesdays. Check. That's good to know, Rachel. If you're out there, I'll keep that in mind. Gonna bring Rachel into one of my Pathfinder First Edition games. I'm excited about that. She's gonna be in a one-shot somewhere down the road when she finds time. She's heavily involved with GMing Pathfinder 2E. Yeah, she's doing the 2E thing. She's a big fan. She's played 1E back in the day, but I'm returning to 1E. For sure. Let's see. All right, so that's taken care of. I gotta disappear for a minute, and I'll be back. I'm gonna grab my water supplies. Yeah. Before it freezes, sitting on my porch. Well, it's nice having stuff delivered like this. I like it a lot. Mercedes-Benz. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Give me a minute. La da 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 da. All right. That's going to be in my head now for the rest of the week. Okay. Be right back. Nordic Maelstrom, Nordic Maelstrom. Bit of Nordic. Just got a supply of water. That means one thing. It's time to make some coffee. So that's where I was. Hold on. Gotta have some cafe. Let me catch up on this chat as quickly as I can. Janis Joplin's friends really never drove Porsches. What a weird question. Friends, I got herpes. I want VD. Worked all about my life so it can hurt when I pee. Sounds like you should see a professional, Arn. Excuse me. Fritz's pipes are frozen. Professional sumo wrestling is fixed, and Janis Joplin has a great voice. That's pretty much the rundown thus far. Well done, Percy. Well done. Boy, is that really the rundown of our chats? Boy, they are all over the place. Okay. Better tread lightly, Nordic. You don't want your Apache girlfriend catching on. Got the ladies on the side there. It's not good. Not good. Popeye's fried chicken in Harrisburg. Yeah, that was news to me. I think Nordic's closer to Harrisburg than I am. I think. Maybe. Probably. I'd have to go to Google Maps. Just north of the Gulf of America. Let's keep reading, shall we? Nordic. Youngstown, Ohio. Popeyes. Okay. Right there. Ryan, my good friend, and Wani Afiendo. Pathfinder, that is. Good to see you, Ryan. Good to see you. Hello, Zaddy and Squirrel. Squirrel. How's it going, Fritz? Going pretty good. It's going fantastic. I love life. You know I love life. What am I going to say? It sucks? It's great. It's got its challenges, but that's okay. That's to be expected, right? I'm very happy. It was a very productive week. We're just getting started with another one. And it just starts off with a resounding frozen pipe incident. So, yeah, there is that. Iron Man and Fritz. I am printing out a few crucial pages of Harn Master for easy referral for on-the-fly gaming. That's a new thing we do here at the stream. On-the-fly gaming. OFG. There you go. On-the-fly gaming. It's a new style of gaming. I like it. I like it a lot. And what are you doing here, Squirrel? Printing out a few crucial pages? What do you do? Send them in the mail? You're printing them out. That's good to know. Let's see what that's about. This Squirrel likes to run us through some madness. It's his favorite game, Iron Master. And also, Iron Man, I think he's quite fond of the game too. I don't know if it's his favorite. What is your favorite game? What's your favorite RPG, Iron Man? Hey-o! Heard you talk compendiums early. How goes the Foundry Pathfinder 1 support? Never played it there. Oh, it's fantastic. It's great. A lot of automation, which makes running the game, especially with modifiers, very easy. I don't think it's as high quality as the Pathfinder 2 presentation. But I don't know of any other game that compares to Pathfinder 2E's Foundry module, or system module, we'll call it. But the Pathfinder 1E is very good. It doesn't look as pretty, but you can definitely, it's not, everything's there. The character sheets are awesome. All the rich detail is there. And if you know the game, it's easy to navigate. I'm liking it a lot. It's got all the bells and whistles, like the token HUD. I'm loving it, Ryan. I'm so glad I returned to first edition. It's the whole reason I got into Pathfinder to begin with. And I was always hesitant with second edition. I enjoyed it, but I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would. Or had hoped I would. But Pathfinder first edition, that is definitely my style of game. We'll leave it at that. Where's my vape? Yeah, we've been playing a little bit here and there, mostly just learning the game. We're taking our time. Nothing really heavy-handed. I know where I'm going to set it and where we're going to play in Galarian. It's going to be Sandpoint. I got the PDF of the Sandpoint Compendium. Like, one of the last things they released for first edition was this nifty campaign book covering Sandpoint post Rise of the Rune Lords. But pre-Jade Regent, because, you know, the Rusty Dragon didn't suddenly fly off yet. Amiko's still there and all that goodness. I love Amiko. Yeah, so I got that. We're going to kind of set it there. And our first adventure is going to be from the starter box. I've played it before many times. And I love that adventure. The one with Black Fang. Black Fang's Dungeon, it's called. I'm porting that over now. So we can actually play that. That's going to be such good fun. Anyway, that's the progress report on Pathfinder 1E. My second campaign. We haven't played Castles and Crusades in a bit, but that's my first campaign. And then I got a third campaign I'm going to be starting soon. So everything's falling into place for me. Very happy. Squirrel Hermit, I'll be checking with the boss about work next week. Hopefully all is a go. Okay, that means you're not going to be around. OSC is my favorite now. It is heart of old school D&D and very well written. Now you like the advanced version of OSC, right? So it's more like the AD&D? Or are you talking about the what do we call it? The basic OSC? Which is more, you know, D&D. Wonderful to hear, but yeah, I figured quality and visuals weren't going to be as good as long as the functionality and fiddly Mathfinder bits. Well, if you're still around, I'll actually log in and show you what it looks like. A little bit of how to navigate it. I'll do one more row of flags and show you, Ryan, if you want. I think the last time I played Pathfinder 1E was in 2016. Did you like it? Did you like it, Nordic? Be glad to bring you in. I think right now it's just me, Kyle, and Jesse. It's kind of like a compromise game. Because those guys love Pathfinder, Jesse and Kyle. And, you know, I can't do Pathfinder 2E. So this was like a compromise. But that said, I'm glad I did it because I really, well, you know how I feel about Pathfinder and 3.5 and all that. Ryan says, nice. Sandpoint is always a good... Oh, Sandpoint is great. Amiko is awesome. I love the Pathfinder ladies. Two of my characters are from Kadira? Kadira? What is that? Nadal. Where's Kadira? I'm going to look at my map here. Sargosa. Sargava. What did you say? Kadira. Where is that? Oh, I'm being summoned. Damn it. Hold on. I got distracted. I'm trying to catch up on the chat here. Rock and roll, hoo-chicoo, do-do-do-do-do, chicka-chicka-do-do, chicka-doo-do-do. I gotta stop singing. Just going to town today. Going to town. Oh, I gotta grab my coffee. Hold on. Or no, not yet. Okay, let me do this and get this out of the way. This will only take a little bit. And are you an Android user or an iOS? I'm an Android. All right. Let me get out of this. Okay. Now, where was I? Let's get back to the chat real quick. OSC Advanced. Yes, it's very close to how we played. Okay. I think OSC is great. The fact that you can play either version of it, you know, because they are different. But same core system. Nothing really changes that makes it, you know, that you can't with ease. That's a big deal. So I hear you on that. Right now, I'm a big fan of Castles and Crusades. But I could see myself getting back into OSE and going the advanced route. I think that's a great system for old school gaming. But then again, so is Axe 2. Axe is a beautiful build on the BECME system. And then, of course, you got the original versions of the game. And yeah, there's plenty of things. There's so many different games and routes you can take with old school gaming. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I like the OSE system, honestly. Plus all the We Are Goblins adventures. Yeah, I got all those PDFs. Take place near that. Do they really? Oh, okay. I'll look back at those. They might be fun to play. Good fun when you want to play with one shot as bad. That's a good idea. Thanks for reminding me, Ryan. I might just do that. I'll bring you in. Goblin action. We all love goblins. My Pathfinder 1E Paladin and his Wizard Cleric Mystic Dirge brother are from Kadira. And where is Kadira? Oh, I see it right there. It's right on the east of Absalom. All right, I see it. Okay. Okay. My gesture is from the doll. I had fun with it and ultimately stepped away from it because of the group I was with. Well, you're welcome to try it with us. I'll bring in here. I'll bring into the game. Ryan Aquilith, if you want. I'm not going to force you to play games. You've got your hands full at the moment, too, with your new live stream with Maticus. Yes, you guys did good. I watched it. I'm working now, so I'll rain check it, says Ryan. Oh, yes, you are. But you know, you're invited. I want you in there, Ryan, whenever you can. Gotta get your priorities in order, my friend. Come on. Gotta have some time for yourself and gaming. Kadirius Galarian's Irabia. Yeah, sounds like it. I found it. Verisi is up here somewhere. Okay. Take a little joyride to Galarian, the Inner Sea. Fritz the android. Turning Japanese. OSE is straightforward. All players are facing front, being in the moment. Little need to look at character sheets or rule books. Yes. Which modern players hate, by the way. A lot, most of them. Played most of these Goblin Adventures back in the day. Yeah, they'd be good fun one-shots. I've never run them. I really never ran a lot with 1E because it was, 2 years that I had it and collected every book almost that they made before 2E kicked into gear. So I got shafted on that. But it feels good now. I can go back and I can get into this and crack these books that, man, I've never really even looked at. I got a whole shelf behind me. I'll play 1E. How did we sound on this? You sounded perfect. Sound was good. Yeah, it was good. I think Matt was pretty tired. You gotta get your groove going, but that'll come with time, because you just started it. But yeah, it was good. How did you feel with it? You're on there for quite a while. Nordic Master, my paladin from Kadira worships Sarenrae and wields the scimitar in her honor. His brother is a priest of Sarenrae. So all my memorization of the gods and places and things and iconics from Galarian is not for naught. I can go back to it again. You should show off your Evinia map. Yes. I don't dare put that on my wall, though, Squirrel. It's a beautiful map. I need to get it laminated or some damn thing. Those maps are beautiful. Yeah, I got to get more maps in my room. That's a good idea, though. That'd be good for the wall and the actual game room. I watched OSD session online, younger players that went 9 hours without a battle, but they used wisdom checks non-stop to use a perception checks. Really weird for me as an OSR dude. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, he was tired. I felt like we started hitting a groove about halfway through it. Yeah, it's going to happen. You're going to play a game, too, online. I thought maybe you were going to play in that session, but nah. I guess that's something you're going to do. That'll be interesting. Sanray is the goddess of fire and healing, if you all were curious. She's one of my favorites, actually. For Jade Regent, I collected all the first half of the AP, plus the lands of the Norm Kings and Dragon Empires, setting books, great stuff. Yeah, and it's a shame that everything's going to second edition now, because there's a treasure trove of stuff in first edition. It's so worth playing. And I see why a lot of people never went to second edition. There's a lot with first edition to enjoy. So I'm glad. I'm glad I have all this stuff. 9 hours, no battle? Would never fly with my old crew. We're still working through the rules of Doomsday Project, which we played for about 6 hours last night. Yeah, Doomsday Project, that game. Alright, I'm all caught up with the chat now. What was I going to do? What time is it? Well, first of all, I want to get my coffee. And I'll tell you what, Ryan, because I know I don't want to be too late. I'm going to show you guys what it looks like. The Pathfinder 2 Foundry module. Oh, and another good news is I upgraded my Forge account, which is where I run my games of Foundry. So I have twice as much space, twice as much data, and all my games are up at once, so I don't have to turn on one and keep it on. Every game has its own link now. You don't have to go through a drop-down menu and find your name. You just click the link and boom, it takes you right into the game. The first time you do that, it instantly creates a player account for you in my game. And then I can associate you with your character that way. So that's really convenient. Among other things. I'll show you guys that. Specifically, the Pathfinder 1E module. I want to show Ryan what it looks like. So let me get my coffee first. Okay. Finally get a coffee. Oh, man. Traveler. That's the other campaign I want to start. In Traveler, you can play 9 hours and no battles, but have a great deal of tense interactions. That's longer than 2 rounds of golf. Crazy, isn't it? It's just crazy. One reason I like Traveler so much is the combat is very deadly, but the action comes from interactions with the environment, space, planet side, flying crafts, etc. I miss the days of all-day sessions. Yeah, so do I. Or in some cases, full weekends. My good friend used to sleep over the house. Me and Jesse and my friend there, we'd play all weekend. He'd come up on Friday, stay Saturday, go home Sunday. Just constant gaming. Miniatures. War games. GW stuff. But man, what great times that was. What was I going to do? Pathfinder. Foundry, rather. Let's do that. Da, 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 da. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, there's the forge. Okay. I guess it's okay to show this. Let me see. Game manager. Yeah, let's go to this. Yeah, it's all good. All right, so let's get over here. Let's get over here. Let's get over here. You there, Brian? I want to make sure you see this. He's probably gone already. Harnmaster Quick Start. Okay, I want to show Google. Lasagna tonight sounds good. There's Ryan Squirrel. I take rain check on that. Shrimp. All right, let me show you what I am talking about. So this right here, this is the layout on my side of the screen because I own the server. I pay for this. So basically, at the top here, it shows all my games that I have and whether they're paused, whether they're off, or whether they're currently active. In other words, somebody's in the game. So they're always up and available. I can't have 2 people in 2 different games simultaneously. It doesn't work that way. But I can turn off games. And here's a pictorial representation of my games as well. So I got Pathfinder 1E down here, Castles and Crusades campaign right here, and if I hover over it, it tells me the players that are in it. 4E Warhammer, I got my Hyperborea campaign that'll also be starting. Going to run all these on Foundry. This is just 4 of them. And let's take a look at the Pathfinder one. All I got to do is hit the launch button. Now again, if you play in my Pathfinder campaign or any of my campaigns on Foundry, there's a link associated with each specific game. I share that with you. Anyone who's going to be a player will get that specific link. You'll save it. It doesn't change. And that's how you get directly into the game. No nonsense. Boom. It automatically creates a username for you. Yeah. So let's go to the Pathfinder one. Launch. Let's see what this looks like. I got a nice little screen there. I'm wondering if I should do a Dragonbane. Nobody wants to play it with me. I loved it. I should say nobody's really excited to play it with me. I thought Dragonbane was awesome. Good, simple, straightforward game with old school vibes. Great artwork. Alright, let's see what this looks like. I think the sound is off. I don't know if you can hear the sound. It's just music in the background anyway. I'll turn that off actually, just in case I don't want it playing. Just a generic map. Just a generic map. Alright, so I'm not going to go into detail about it, but let's see, what specific could I show you besides the character sheet? Yeah, we'll just go to the character sheet, really. Well, let's look at Honorian. This is Kyle's character. So, there, it's pretty straightforward. Not as pretty as Pathfinder 2. And, yeah, it's got all the information you'd want. This is the summary sheet. It shows your hit points, your speed, your armor class, all your armor classes, I should say. He's got an armor class of 19, touch armor class of 11, flat-footed armor class of 18. His combat maneuver bonus is 15. His combat maneuver defense is 14. Then it's got his saves for fortitude, reflex, will, and spell resistance, if any. His BAB, his CMB, and his initiative modifier. Again, initiative in this game is a dexterity check. Then it's got quick actions, which are buttons you can push instantly. In this case, he's got his weapon attacks. So that's just a summary sheet. It's got things also for your race, not ancestry, your freaking race. Your alignment, other things are up here as well. Next is the attribute page. So there you go. You get all 6 of your attributes right there. The total, the modifier, any damage, drain, or penalty that you're suffering for an ability is listed for you. Under that, we've got... This is a point buy calculator. If you're using a point buy system to generate your character, which I don't. I use the 46, drop the lowest. You do have that option here, I guess. I don't know much about this part of the page. Next is the combat page. Here it classifies all your weapon attacks, natural attacks, class abilities, racial abilities, items, and miscellaneous. Like if you have a racial ability, dwarves they have hated enemies with goblinoids and orcs. That would show up here. It would be something that would show up once you drag your race to the character sheet. That would be under racial abilities. Same thing with class abilities. They would all show up here. And it's got some armor class and defense stuff on the bottom. Next is inventory. This is all your equipment, weapons, armor, everything you're carrying is all kept track of here. Lots of detail. Look at these little buttons that you can hover over. So this is awesome. This makes playing Pathfinder so much easier, because it can be quite crunchy, especially at higher levels. So this makes it, very easier to use, much like Pathfinder 2, same thing. Gold pieces and stuff is at the top, very easy to use. Features, these would be your class features, but also racial traits. Feats, of course, are in the game, so they're listed here as well. And it keeps track of them for you, like he's missing a feat for some reason. Alright, so everything about the feat is there. You can click it, and it tells you details about it right here. If you click the picture, it'll put it in the chat. Let's go to the chat window. Here's the chat window. Boom, combat reflexes, blah, 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 blah. And it's like this with spells as well. So it works just like it does with Pathfinder 2. You can click on the picture of it, and it puts it in there in the chat so everybody can read it. Here's power attack, blah, 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 blah. Must have for any fighter. Next is your skills page. There's all the skills in the game. A little checkbox if it's a class skill. The base, the ability modifier, blah, blah, blah. It's all here. All the skills are listed for you, so it's easy to keep track of. If you want to use your skill, you just click on the dice symbol, like, oh boy, let's use a climb check. He's not good at it. He has -4. Little pop window comes up first if you need a modifier or something. We're not going to put any in there. Let's roll it. Oh, you could take 10 and take 20 as well. Right here off the windows. So let's say we're not going to take 10 or take 20. We're just going to roll normal. Click it. Boom. Let's see what he gets. Huh. Total of 3, because he's got a penalty of -4. If you want to see exactly the details of your roll, you click the symbol in the chat area, and it tells you he rolled a 7 plus, or no, he rolled a, he got a +3 for strength, but he's a -7 armor check penalty. Ouch, Kyle. Damn. Buffs. These are all the conditions really at the top. Easy to keep track of. They're graphically represented. You got deaf, fatigued, helpless, panicked, petrified, flying, dying, all this good stuff. Frightened. It's all right here for you. You can drag it to this area here, or you can get it assigned on your token. I'll show you that in a second. Biography. Pretty much a blank sheet, I guess. Gee, there's nothing here. Yeah, you just hit edit and you can put whatever you want in there. Notes. Settings, rather. Huh. I never looked at this part. So that's the character sheet. Simple as that. Some fun things about the token, Ryan. So there's your token. Right-click on it. And one of the nice things is when you right-click your token, at the bottom of it, down here, you've got quick hotkeys to your attack options. There's his axe. I could just click that. There's his dagger. I could just click that. Here's his longsword. I could just click that. And one other nice thing, let's click on mine. You see this grid that appears over your token? When I hover over the weapon, like this is the javelin, it actually shows the range bands on the map. So that's a javelin, so its range increment is 30 feet, I believe. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I think it's 30 feet. So that first range band in red is your first range increment. There's no penalty to hit folks in there. But in the yellow one, that would be a -2 because it's a second range band. So that's nice. And if I hover over the rapier, it only shows adjacent squares because it's a melee reach weapon, which is 5 feet away. So that's kind of nice to have. I like that. And it's got all the other bells and whistles. Click this, and here's all the conditions that can be assigned to your token. Right there. Flying, frightened, fatigued, blah, blah, blah. And once you click them on here, it'll show up on the character sheet of the player. So, yeah, and over here is the torch. You can turn the torch on, and when you do so, it uses one of the torches in your inventory. Also, when you attack with a thrown weapon or a missile weapon, it automatically deducts from your ammo supply that you have on your character sheet. So, yeah, the top, of course, is your armor class or whatever you want it to be. I got it set to armor class. I don't know why it says 2. That's bad. And the bottom, of course, is your hit points. And, yeah. So, yeah. That's a quick look at it. And, of course, there's one more thing. There is the token HUD display. When you click on your token, you'll see a little HUD appear at the very top, which you can move. If I could figure out how to move it, it's locked, I guess. Why can I not move it? Why can't I move the damn HUD? Anyway, the HUD is at the top here. Looks boring. I'm going to change the settings for this and make it look better. But yeah, you can access all your skills, your combat, your saving throws, all your stuff can be accessed with this HUD at the top when you're clicked on your token. All right. So, yeah. That's it. Just wanted to show you that, Ryan. I'll be quiet now. Oh, Brian left. He left. He left. He says, I'll catch replay. I gotta step away. Damn it. All right. Well, there you go, Brian. And everybody else, I guess. Chianti. Goes good with spicy food. I don't drink, Percy. What is Dragonbane? It's a free league game. It's pretty good. Drakakdamaner is what it's based on. It basically is. That game from Sweden. It's really good. It's fun. It's easy. Kyle and his fighters. Yeah, it's pretty much his thing. I think the modifiers are -10 divided by 2 round down. I think you round down in 1E. So it's -10 divided by 2 round down. That's a quick way to find out your modifier. So if it was 18, -10 would be 8 divided by 2 is 4. It's a +4. 12 -10 is 2 divided by 2 is 1. So 12 would be a +1. But I think you round down in 1E. Everything's rounded down by default, unless it says otherwise. Which is the opposite of Pathfinder 2. The default is rounding up. Now, you're an old hat at it. Well, you'd slip right in then, Nordic. Saving throws, man, I remember those all too well. Oh yeah, you need to worry about ACP. Crush your skills fast. Armor check penalty. I always like the line of sight fog of war feature on the VTT. Yeah, it's convenient. I think Foundry is fun. Even if you don't use it to play online, it's great for a GM to play the game, to run the game. There's a lot of things that facilitate a smoother game experience. You know, everything's referenced. It's all there. You know, information that you need is right there with a click. I love that. Armor class equals 10 plus dex plus armor plus shield plus miscellaneous. Don't forget size. Oh, not armor class. Armor class isn't modified by size. Attack rolls are. I'm thinking 3.5. I think 3.5 size modified your armor class. Yeah. It's the D20 system. It's hard to forget if you grew up with it. It's like, that's the thing. Anyway. Oh, there's Brian. He did come back. Don't forget, when getting the campaign going, offer players the option to use the Unchained. No, there'll be no Unchained. I've already decided that. Unchained version of classes presented there, especially Rogue and Summoner. No Unchained. They are the same mods as 3.5. Classes that got Unchained treatments in the core rulebook APC have some issues. The one nice thing about Unchained is the option to use 3-action economy. But I don't want to use 3-action economy because, like I've said to Kyle and other people, one of the great things that we get in 2nd edition is the 3-action economy. You get 3 actions to do basically anything, plus a reaction. It's great. It's fantastic. But what it is to me is it's an oversimplification of the rich detail that I love. That is, you know, I get a move in action, I get a standard action, there's immediate actions, swift actions, free actions, and of course, full round actions. I like the detail of distinct action types. I like that. I prefer that. The 3-action economy simplifies, streamlines all that. And like I said to Kyle and Jesse, they're basically doing the same thing. It's just they're done in a different way. You're not getting detailed with the action types. But I like that. So I'm not going to use that 3-action economy in this. I might as well play... If I want a streamlined version of Pathfinder, I'll play 2nd edition. Okay? I'm not going to do that. I played it for 4+ years. It's got a different vibe. Actually, I think the small size gets a +1. They could. It's possible. It's possible. But I don't think it modifies armor class. Lightning stuff. I'm still pencil and paper guy, as we all are. As we all are. It's the best way to play, Paul. Best way to play. But this aids, I will use the word I've used already numerous times tonight, facilitates playing online, which is great to have. That's all it really does. It's not going to be a replacement for the joy of playing face-to-face and rolling actual dice, which I try to do as well, but it's not always easy. It's nice to have. Oh, I railed against Unchained. Hey, keep in mind, Ryan, anybody that's played Pathfinder or 3.5, the game is awesome. It's great if you don't add all the extra books and splat material. That's when things get wonky, out of balance, and really convoluted. And you guys know this. I mean, yeah, it's fun to have numerous options. Modern players love that. But you don't need all that. The game runs perfectly fine. It isn't so complex either, when you just don't use all these extra stuff. Like, okay, let's use Unchained. So on and so forth. I like using the APG stuff. That's fine. Then a few pick and choose here that fit the campaign. Like, just because it's offered up in the complete race guide doesn't mean that every race in that book is now available to every player. No, that's for the GM to administer. If he wants to have a dragon folk in his story, in his campaign, he'll add it specifically to a player to do. Or maybe they're all going to be dragon folk. They're not there just for everybody to just pick and choose, just left and right. I don't play that way. I don't run games that way anyway. I stick with core books, core races, core classes. It's easier. It's funner. You guys know this, though. I should be back. Ryan said I was referring to the classes to make them on par with other base classes. Could be. Could be. Maybe it does that. CRB Rogue is too weak, where APG Summoner is overpowered. See, Ryan knows these things. He's an experienced fan, and I trust him. So, in other words, we should probably be a little mindful of those little things he mentioned. That's okay. Being mindful is important in our games. I don't care for balance, though. If something's out of balance, it doesn't bother me, as long as it doesn't disrupt the campaign. I didn't see it as an ad, but as a replace. But as a replace. But that's fair. Just be mindful of it. Because the mechanics may chase issues later, which Unchained class is fixed. And something else I don't like is playing anything above level 10. And definitely not Mythic. That's another thing. Doesn't mean I won't play games above 10th level, but I don't know. Things get crazy. All right. Did you see what I showed, Ryan? It's still up on the screen. I lost all my viewers. As soon as I started talking about Pathfinder, God, everybody just leaves. They don't want to see this nonsense. I know. I can't help it. I'm a fan. I got back into role-playing back in 2000. And it just happened to be D&D 3rd edition. So I kind of got hooked on it. I can't help it. May cause issues. Even Pathfinder players don't like me. I'm too old school. I don't know. It's true though. Except Ryan. He loves me. Right, Ryan? Well, he's one of my players. I gotta feed the cat. Hold on, Ryan. I gotta take care of Walter de Katze. Squirrel. I sometimes use a projector that is overhead, putting the image on the table. Fun stuff. Yeah, that would work great for face-to-face play. My work here is done. Well, that could mean a couple things, Ryan. I'm not sure what you're meaning. Yeah, but there you go. I wanted to show you that, Ryan. Anybody else that's just interested? So there you go. All right. Now watch all the viewers. The viewer count will increase now. It will. You wait and see. As we get back to flag painting. I don't know, Squirrel. I appreciate it. Now back to flags with you. I was talking to Rachel last night, and today I was talking to her. We all got together last night. We were all chatting. Byron and Rosemary, Kyle, myself, and Rachel. And I was telling him about my thoughts on Pathfinder 2 and 1. And it turns out Rachel played Pathfinder 1st edition quite a bit. It was the first game she ever GM'd. So she knows about 1st edition. I invited her to play in our campaign when we get it going. She's down for some one-shots. She's an amazing person. She does a lot in the hobby. She has a game club in real life. It's a real life game club where they meet. And I think she said they're up to 200 people. Man, did she say 200 or 100? I think she said 200 people in this board game RPG type club they have from folks at work. And she runs it. She manages the whole thing. She's the head honcho of this club. And I think they meet weekly or something. And that's a big deal. And plus, she runs a Pathfinder 2e campaign every week. I think she's got 4 players for that, and they're pretty steady. She's been doing that for years. So she's always involved with gaming. I don't know how she does it. So I told her I'd love to have her in my campaign of 1E if she's played it in the past, and she has. She's up for some one-shots, so we'll see. Time permitting. Maybe one day we'll get her back into a full-fledged campaign of whatever. She plays a lot of different games, too. She's not just about Pathfinder. She plays a lot of indie games. She ran a 2-shot for us that was called 10 Candles. Apocalyptic improv game. Oh, it was awesome. I had a blast. It was a good time. Hi, James. Yeah, 200 people. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was using orange. Orange. Fantastic. Let's see if I can keep this in frame at least. Pokemon, Pokemon, Pokemon. Pokemon, Pokemon. Pika. I turn on Jeeves here. For me. Today I want to get all the yeah, that's how it works. Nordstrom. Class skills give you a nice solid bonus of +3. Class skills. damn it. Pardon the French. This will have to be moved for a minute. I gotta take care of something here. I have been summoned. go, and I lost my brush. 23 degrees, Nordic. 23 degrees. It's going to be very cold this week. Which is frustrating, considering my situation with the pipes. God. Oh well. Okay. But it's okay. We're good. We're good. All right. Oh, the wind is terrible. Man, last night it must have been over 30 miles an hour. I'm getting a lot of that this year. Deep freeze and wind. Yeah, but I'll come back to you. How many years did you play? I got a PDF. If you ever need any PDFs, let me know. Let's see. Yes, let's finish the flags. What are we at? 3 hours. For how long? 18. Oh, jeez. Did you like it? Did you enjoy it? I know you did second edition too, right? I was always a big fan of third edition. I never played 3.5 because I got out of the hobby. But it was so, when it was released in 2000 or thereabouts, I think it was 2000, it was so groundbreaking, this idea of a OGL, an open gaming license. Oh God, I'm being summoned again. And this D20 system, it was remarkable. Very ingenious, really, even though it kind of led to its downfall. But I loved it. I just said, finally, consolidated D&D, everything in one place. Everything was codified. Of course, little did we know it was really the birth of this idea of min-maxing builds and all that nonsense. But Let me check this out. Okay. I feel you on that. I liked it. I liked second edition too. I liked them all. There's none I would sit here and say, oh, I don't like that edition. That's a terrible game. Can't play that. That's terrible. I was never like that. I got another good friend, Ted. He was in my Abomination Vaults campaign. He's another old school gamer that comes from your background, 3.5 and all that stuff. That's his forte, but he played before earlier versions too. But I'm trying to get him to play, but his work schedule is off. He works Sundays now. So if you want, you could join my 1E campaign and you'll be player number 3. I played with you before, so I'm pretty confident you'd fit in real well. Yeah, and I got PDFs for every damn book they made. So if you need something, you don't have it. Yeah. Well, 4.0 isn't a role-playing game, period. 5e is pretty good. When it first came out, it was pretty good. I enjoyed it, actually. A lot. I enjoyed the free form of it. A little simplistic for me. But I enjoyed the free form aspect of it. And as we discovered later on, it has a lot of other problems, like it's almost impossible to die. Even though I didn't encounter that. But, yeah. I won't play 5e for other reasons. I'm sure you know what I mean. 4th edition I never played, thankfully. But I had a blast with 3rd edition. Good times. And I hope to do it again. La da 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 da. Yes, of course, of course. Well, how often does he intend to do that? Has he got a schedule figured out? I hope he has me on as a guest. Once I get board gaming and getting that back under my thing, I think I'd be willing to go over there and talk with you guys, because I'll have some board gaming back in my brain cells. If he'll have me. You know, Matt, I mean, he might not want me around. Yikes. Yikes, Matt. I go into these chats and God, I don't get invited back. What happens? Well, of course, Max is always inviting me in. Musty Wargamers gave up on me, I guess. What am I doing? Need my goggles. Yeah, well, we're always playing on Sundays. So as long as you're not streaming on Sundays at night. I do. I want to get some gaming in before I go joining the chats. Being able to talk about some stuff pertaining to board games would be kind of important. Because, you know, I love board games. I really do. A lot. A lot. Did you meet Bob yet? Bob's an old friend. He's a funny guy. He played in some of my live plays. Yeah, it was the first time he ever played in a live play or a miniatures game. We were playing Blucher. Yeah. He had a blast. He's not so much a gamer as a modeler, painter. That's his thing. I hope to talk to Bob again. He's on my Facebook. I see him. He's working on various little modeling projects. I'd like to talk to him again. It's been a long time. Bob. Yeah, I was watching the stream and I was pretty surprised how much weight Matt really lost. I know he lost weight, but yeah, it kind of took me aback when I saw him in the streams. Like, holy smokes, he really did lose a lot of weight. Not that he was obese or anything. Yeah, it's good for him. He's got a new life now. Everything is as it should be. So that's good. Happy for him. He's got to control himself, though, Matt, because I see it. He's very enthusiastic about the hobby. He always was. But he's got to kind of know how to rein himself in. Because already, look how he's jumping into the miniatures bandwagon again. And now you just mentioned scale modeling again? It's like he's just going to overwhelm himself like he's done before. I don't know how he does it. he's gonna burn out rapidly. When you put all that other stuff he's doing in life, I don't know how he could pull that off. Maybe it's just his enthusiasm that throws me off. Yeah, he does. And it's been an issue for him in the past. I can't blame him. Two more. That'll be good. Can remember he was doing reviews and stuff for miniatures, and I think Warlord Games, some of the big industry companies over there were sending him stuff, you know, for review copies, and I actually hired him at one point. The Summer Sizzler, something along those lines. Percy, something like that. I haven't finalized a name yet. But he was getting overwhelmed. They were sending him all kinds of free stuff to paint. And I remember talking with him about that, and he had a lot of frustration, and I could tell he was burning out. He was doing stuff I don't think he even really wanted to be doing. But, you know, he was, you know, involved with the industry at that level, at that stage. So I could see why he would be excited to do it and get all this stuff to work with, and do reviews on and show it off. But, and he'll admit to you that, you know, they kind of took advantage of him. The summer chill. Yeah, that's another option. It's a likely option, actually. I don't want to get too crazy. Too much sizzle. What do you think? Looking good? Exactly. Exactly. And he didn't have much choice. Now, in a commission painting, you could face the same situation, but you do ultimately have choice. A lot more choice. Yeah, they look good. Some split ones in there. Boy, that's a lot of flags, actually. It doesn't look like much, but actually it really is. Once they're all cut out, I start putting these on. It's good fun, though. I really enjoy that. Wish I could do this all day. They're gonna look even better once they're highlighted. The point of this whole thing is that it's actually really easy to do this. Doomsday Project is the first game he has played in a long time. Oh yeah? Oh, that's good. Well, he's been busy with other things in life, I guess. Anyway, the point of this, me doing this, is to show you that it's actually really easy to do. Don't have to be perfect. They're going to look spectacular once they're actually put on the banners and folded and creased and looking great. And then, of course, the greatest reward, and this is the whole thing for me, is that you're making the flags. You're putting some effort. You're connecting with the miniatures a little bit more because you're making the flags. It's like making your own terrain. I mean, yeah, you could buy terrain and paint it. You could 3D print stuff and paint it. You could buy flags and stick them on. But there's something special when you make your own building. When you paint your own and draw your own flags. Like if they were out of cloth. There's something more to it. You get more attached to the end result. And that's the big reason. That's where I get all my satisfaction from by doing this. I enjoy this. This is great. So, it doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, I'm making 30 flags. It's hard to be perfect. It's better off if you want perfection to just print them out, right? But nah, this is all hand drawn. And I just showed you how to do it real quick, real easy. And of course, the final result, proof in the pudding, is going to be the final photographs. And then you can decide if it's worthwhile to you. That's the point. Back from the man, keeping me down. The man keeping you down, Ryan? Looking good. Thanks, Nordic, by the way. The power is flickering. Is that my screen? My screen is doing the flicker thing. I could see it. That's my settings on the camera. Every once in a while, that'll happen. No big deal, though. Nothing's going to break or anything. So I'm going to do it by settings. Water. I've got water. Oh, I could make coffee again. Flags are looking good. Says Ryan. Thanks, Ryan. And even real flags aren't ever perfect. There's always a loose thread or a star slightly off. It can be. I should give it a whirl if I decide to paint 10mm stuff. Yeah, it's good for 10. 15 mil too. 28s. You gotta be a little bit more precise with your painting. I do my own flags. But for the most part, just for quickness, I print them out. I still give them highlights and stuff. Kind of personalize them. No, my electric is flickering. I think the wind is getting bad out there. Yeah, not a surprise. Not a surprise. Felt like it was going to turn into a cyclone out there last night. Blizzard. All we need is snow. That would be a blizzard. Treacherous. And it was like that all night long. It's great because where I'm in now, I can hear when the wind blows. I don't know what it's hitting. Gutters, eaves, whatever. But it's making this literal howling sound like you'd see in a horror movie or something. You just don't hear the wind blowing. You hear it literally howling, and it even sounds like voices. The spirit of the wind is speaking to me. Maybe. But yeah, I like it. It was good sleeping last night. Three hours? Yeah, I'm done tonight. I'll linger a little bit now. I could do more, but I want something to do for tomorrow or the next day. So, yeah, we'll set that aside. Yesterday we had a thunderstorm, and just the day before we had snow. Yeah, it's the time of year. Things get crazy. Now let's take a look at some Discord pictures. Let's see what's going on here. See what's going on. Okay, we've got Paul. Big Small World. Of course, there's his invention I just showed before. And, wait, let me see what he said. So, all these now ready for spray priming. What are these guys taped down? He's got them taped. That's great. That works. A little tape on there, hold them down. Okay. This is his invention. Look at all these horses. Ah, man. I miss this. Makes me think of my Bretonians. Damn, I miss those days. Okay. Science Fiction Companion is available on Foundry. Seek out new life and explore savage new worlds with the Suede Sci-Fi Companion. It's finally released. And here's the Foundry version of it. So there you go. If you want to use the Savage Worlds Adventure Edition of the rules, Savage Worlds with science fiction type games, here you go. Grab the companion and you're all set. That's pretty cool. I like Savage Worlds. It's a very pulpish type game. High action and adventure. Yeah, and I can't seem to get people to play anything. Everybody wants to play Pathfinder 2. Pathfinder 2. Gotta add to our player base, I think. Spread it out a little bit. Man. Don't get me wrong. I love Kyle and Jesse and Rachel and everybody else. But I want to have fun too. No, we can't have fun. We must play Pathfinder and only Pathfinder. What is this thing you call fun? I'm sorry. Nah, that's not fair. I'm just a joking around. Just joking around. Whoa. So, when I went to school, I did, you know, I talked about this before. I went to university late in my life because I was a bad egg and a dropout and all this stuff. but I did the I had classes online, as is typical with universities. There's a lot of online classes as well as online meetings and stuff of that nature, as well as the face-to-face stuff, classroom stuff, proctors and all that stuff. But I got to know quite a few of the professors. There's a few that stand out, particularly now. But I've maintained contact with a few of them. And recently, I've been given an opportunity. I think I've talked about this before. I've been given the opportunity to help with... There's a couple of professors, I won't mention them. There's a couple of professors who've given me an opportunity to help screen and do surveys for the school. There's a lot of screening stuff. Student-related things. And so they're helping me out, and I'm helping them out. So it's actually... I get paid for it, essentially. Not a heck of a lot, but it's nice. It's nice to get reimbursed for that. They're helping me out to do that, which is really nice of them. I guess they appreciate my efforts in school and what I did and so on and so forth, and have a lot of trust and faith in me. They must. So that's what I've been doing the past, I'd say, about a month and a half. So when you see me get a little distracted, I'm on call 24/7, which is nice. You know, I like that. It fits me. So when you see me get distracted in the streams, oh, I've been summoned. That's what I'm talking about. And yeah, it's a nice to see something coming around to me. All the efforts that I put in the past helping them out comes back around to me. And it's helping out me at this stage. So that's great. A lot of literature-based stuff. And writing. So if you're ever curious, that's what that is. Flags are looking good. Doop 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 doop. Doop 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 doop. They're great people. They were actually going to set me up teaching in school, university, but I didn't pursue that. Let's read Thunder Snow. Thunder Snow. Thunder Snow time. Poster tack. Yeah, that's what I'm using. That stuff right here. I love these little 1-inch blocks. Shout out to James for that. Buy them on Amazon for a couple bucks or something. I forget how much they cost. I got a bag of 50 of them. I don't know, maybe 10 bucks. I don't know. I would love to paint and collect Bretonians from GW, but GW's extortion fees are a no-go. Yeah, it's a shame, but you don't have to buy nothing but GW stuff. I mean, even if you're not 3D printing. Like, who was doing this the other day? It was Paul. Big Small. He was painting some War Games Atlantic knights that have fantasy swap heads. I think, and they were perfect for Bretonians. Perfect. And there's another company. not Foundry, not Victrix. Or is it Victrix? Maybe it is Victrix. That have the same kind of thing. There's alternatives. Because I would be like you. I wouldn't spend money on GW stuff. Unless it was on eBay or something. I don't want to play Pathfinder 2e. Yeah, I'm tired of it. It's too streamlined. It's not... I don't know exactly what it is, but one of the things about it for me, one of them, is that it doesn't feel like it's Pathfinder. It doesn't feel like what I remember. Because it's streamlined. And now more than ever with the remaster, they've totally pulled away from the OGL and any relationship in Word or the script with D&D. So it's even more different now. So I don't know. That's not what I was looking for. And another big thing is feats are more prominent than even first edition. I mean, I call it Feat Finder. There's feats for everything. It's all feats. And modern players love it because it's all about choice and variety for modern players. If they don't have that, they're bored. So, yeah, it fits that bill. Even Kyle last night, he mentioned he's the type of player who doesn't like to play tropes. You know, I would disagree with that. I mean, tropes are important. It's what defines what we're playing. Let's not get too crazy here. But he's not at all. He always plays against, so... I don't know. Everybody's different. But he's young. He's a modern gamer. He don't get the old school mentality and approach to gaming, which is now coming back around to people. The younger generation seeing this stuff. A lot of them don't get it, sadly. But good for you, Fritz. Yeah, thanks, Squirrel. I'm glad that it came about for me. It's nice of him to do that. Yeah, it makes a little bit of extra money coming in. More consistent. Plus, it's what I like to do. I never do things unless I love what I do. That's true, I think. I don't think there's anything I do just to do. I gotta earn the money today. I actually love everything I do. That's great. It's never too late to get an education. Yeah, I went to university, I think. Well, it was back in 2000. No, 2011. Yeah, it was back then that I went in. Got my GED because I dropped out of high school, as you guys know. I got my GED like in 2009. It was awesome. I loved it. It was great. I'm not stupid, but it was good to finally get that paper and actually pursue something. I love education. I love learning. Education. I went back to college at 50 years old and finally graduated with my bachelor's degree at 52. Wow, you did it in 2 years? That's a 4-year degree. You can get an associate in 2 years or less, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of associate degrees. It's too easy and convenient. But I understand its usefulness, though. 2-year degree? Yeah, that'll help. A little bit. Getting jobs, entry level. Bachelor, same thing. That's an entry level thing. But what you really want are those masters, PhDs, man. But, that's a long-term thing. And I'm not a fan of the modern education system by any stretch of the imagination. Sometimes it is just about getting that piece of paper. And other times you really want to learn. My experience, I've really learned a lot. I made it a point to really learn stuff, but there was stuff that I wish they would teach that they don't teach. There's not enough entrepreneurial type classes or schools even out there. Just in normal universities, there isn't a lot of that being taught. How to be your own boss and make money your way. That's not a thing. It's more like they teach you how to fit in as a cog in the wheel. It's really what they're teaching you. And I wish they would get more outside of that and really teach people how to be creative. Granted, I took creative writing classes too, so that's kind of along those lines. But you know what I mean. Anyway. Thanks for sharing. I've considered reaching out to at least one of my professors to check in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's oftentimes it's who you know. So that's an important part of success in life. It's who you know. And I always make it a point to get to know people. And that'll pay off for you. These are good people, though. I would consider personal friends as well. And they're so smart. You want to be smart? Hang around smart people. It's another little lesson I learned. Big Small Paul. Big Small Worlds. I'm back. Caught your comment about Bretonians. Fireforge. That's who it is. Do a whole bunch of very excellent Bretonian style figures. I'm thinking about that. Future project. Because I love Warhammer and I want to play more. The previous editions, not the current one. And I'm looking at options for figures that I could buy and build my collections and occasionally add some official old school GW models that I might come upon or still have in my closet. I actually want to do that. Right now I'm doing the 40K version of that. And again, there's always 3D printing option, which gives you access to countless things as well. So there is that. Even though it's not the same. They're resin. Anyway. It's the choice and variety, but also lets them play their little MMOs with tabletop RPGs. But also them play their little MMOs. Yeah, I agree. It's a shame, really. Well, he plays mostly fighters that are humans and doesn't seem to understand. That is a huge trope. Yeah, that's true. I should have pointed that out to him when he said that. I said, wait a minute, Kyle. Kyle's a good guy. I love him. He can do whatever he wants. I'm at a stage where, you know what? People can play the game they want to play, how they want to. I don't care. It's just a game. You know, I can't fault him if I don't like his style of play or Rachel's style of play. I can't fault these people. This is what they enjoy. This is what they enjoy. What more could be said? So that's fine. And because I'm friends with these people too, that's another reason. Like, they love sitting and talking about builds. And you know how I feel about builds, which is a term I think come out of 3rd edition. I understand it. I know all about that. We saw hints of it in second edition late in its life, where people were focused on the minimum, the min-maxing, the power gaming. Some people, that's all they really freaking care about and enjoy. And I know when they sit at the table with me, Jesse, Kyle, Rachel to some extent, even Ryan, he's here, he knows what I'm talking about. That's part of what they grew up with. That's what they enjoy. There's a certain fun and enjoyment that comes from that. As much as I detest the idea of playing the game based around a build, and again, none of them really go overboard with it, but I let them, I just don't care for it, Like if I'm playing as a player, I don't care about all this stuff. I understand it. You want to synergize those feats and stuff and come up with cool combo choices and stuff. It's great. But when it comes down to playing the game, that stuff doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me as a GM. I don't care what you put together. I could still say you miss. I could still say you flub and fall into a crack in the earth. There's nothing you could do mechanically to be superior in my game. It's just not going to work that way. But in their mind, they enjoy the process and the what if and the potential that they're getting from this creation. And that's fine. There's fun with that. It's certainly not an old school concept. But then again, what do I know? I don't know much. Playing against tropes is a trope itself. There you go, Squirrel. There you go. There you go. There you go. Am I really way back in the chat here? Let me catch up. I think Fireforge made by North Star Military Figures, but I am working from my memory. I liked what figures you were working on, Big Small. They were motivating. I dropped out of high school and managed to get dual bachelor's degrees from one of the oldest universities in on the continent. Ooh, stand back! A new fancy man has arrived. Sir Nordic. That's great. That's great. That's right. I forgot you're pretty big into the education thing. You got your doing the archaeology or something, aren't you? Wow, that's awesome, man. Ryan says sometimes a masters can scare businesses away from you. Depends on the job. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Colleges today, says Nordic, are nothing more than indoctrination centers for liberal bullcrap. That's sadly kind of true. Not kind of. It is true. It's part of our culture. We know that he's talking about there. That is sad. I didn't have to go through that. I didn't see that going on, that kind of stuff. Everything seemed legit. There was no pronoun stuff in classes, for instance. Which was good. But yeah. Check out these minis for counts as Bretonians. What's that mean? Check out these minis for counts as Bretonians. Oh, counts as Bretonians. I was thinking vampires for some reason. Blah, blah. Count Dracula. Counts as. I should know better. I have no command of the English language, even to this day. Grammar. I was shocked to see the types of courses being forced on students in some of these universities. Yeah. Zadarok. I had credits for the years I had gone right after high school, and then I got married and raised a family, so school went to the wayside. That's how I managed a 4-year degree in 2 years. Ah, you had credits. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. You can do it that way. Regionally accredited schools. That's what you want to look for. I say this because if you're looking to get educated, would it be formal if it's done online? There's a lot of schools out there that are what I would call diploma mills. I think that's the term. But they're not accredited. You got to get that regional accreditation, like a genuine university or college. That's what you got to look for. And there's a few of them. Online schools in particular. There's a few of them that are high rated. And there's a lot of schools like University of Pittsburgh that has a pretty, I love this word, robust online instruction classes that you can get. I looked into the I looked into that. And they got a pretty good online classes you can take. Clyde Dashing. Hold on, Clyde, I'll get to you. I'm trying to catch up on the chat here. But yeah, economy, business development, trade severely in need. Ryan is an entrepreneur, folks. He's currently in that industry right now, building businesses. He's done it in the past. He's doing it now. So he's got a lot to say regarding that. Nordic chimes in. Zaddy, what did you get your major in? What was your major, I should say? What was your degree? Hobos. I wonder what he said there. What did you say, Clyde? Are you getting profane? Let's see. Where is he? Where is he? What did he say? I have to scroll up. Where is he? What did he say? Oh, murder hobos. Ah, the dreaded word. Suddenly my stream ends. Because I said the dreaded word. Yeah, murder hobos. That's what you end up with when you have a campaign that doesn't have consequences for actions. You want to do things like that? Sure. Go ahead. See what happens. He plays mostly sword and board fighters too, which is an even bigger trope. He does. Criminal justice paralegal. Ooh, Zaddy. Age discrimination is the real workplace. Doesn't want old ladies in their offices. What a terrible thing to say, Zaddy. Age discrimination. Is that what we're talking about here? Builds belong in the old garbage can, says Nordic. Well said. Builds, bah humbug. It's a computer gaming thing, is really what it is. That was the one crisp, squeaky snow dog walk. What? That was one crisp, squeaky snow dog walk. Okay. Big smile. I didn't realize you already knew about North Star's Fireforge range. Their mounted knights have cloth barding, much more akin to Games Workshop stuff. But, like you said, there are loads of options. So there you go. Nordic says, Zaddy, I have bachelor's degree in history and archaeology. I prefer story to optimization, as I do. I point that out all the time to my players. I'm more about the RP and the narration and the stories, but then I say, I'm a GM. I would be interested more in that. But even as a player, like Squirrel knows, I get into the role play. I just want to do a funny voice. I just want to have fun and laugh and enjoy things from the perspective of this creature I create. That's what I love. I don't care about the mechanics as much. None of that stuff matters. It's all make-believe, right? It's storytelling, ultimately. Frickin' rules are just guidelines, man, to make sure you have some kind of physics going on in your world so it becomes more believable. But some people like to go overboard in the mechanical side and focus on it. The what she'd call the linear side of it, right? The linear game, right? Like Monopoly. That kind of thing. And they focus on it. It's a game. Anyway, I'm starting to rant now. Sorry, folks. Why wouldn't you go for a master's? Master's in archaeology? Or what was the other one you took? Let me scroll up. History. Master in history. Jeez, what could you do with that? It'd be like teaching jobs. But still, are you learning anything, or is this more the piece of paper? The rank, as it were. I really dug learning stuff. That's probably why I did better than most, I would say, in school, because I was actually learning. That's why I was doing this. I didn't care about the degree. I did, but, you know. That's why I switched to English. I wanted to be better at English. I am an alumni of Pitt. Oh, that's where you went to school. Well, there you go. Really? Awesomeness, 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 awesomeness. There you go. What is this? What is this? Oh, these are cards for Dragonbane. They're not the most exciting cards. A rumor has found its way to your ears. The Magna Woods is a diseased forest, and we all know where the malady is coming from. The Temple of the Purple Flame, I say, a crumbling remnant of an evil age, where forbidden knowledge and demonic residue rest among untold treasures under the overgrown rocks. That's a rumor. How about this one? Did you hear about young Rerlich? The boy was taken from his farm outside Outskirt. The tracks lead to the Iron Forest. Wait a minute. Lead to the Iron Forest. People say he was brought to the Oracle Cave. The Oracle is an ancient and knows all there is to know about the Misty Val, and she's said to be sitting in an immense wealth as well. But now and then she demands a human sacrifice. Oh, I reckon we'll never see Rorik again. That's the Oracle Cave rumor. Want another one? Here's a good one. When the moon is full, you can see a Wait a minute. You can see a tower glittering like a silver spire in the western parts of the valley. A magical tower, no doubt, for none has yet found the way there. Some say it's home to an age-old alchemist who long ago incurred the wrath of the Dragon Emperor. She hid from Eladin in her cave, where she She concocted, that's a word that threw me off, concocted. I don't use that a lot. She concocted an elixir that gave her everlasting life. That's the Troll's Spire rumor. One more? Here's an interesting one. The village of the day before. 7 centuries ago, this valley was home to Cato the Curious, a sorcerer who served Emperor Aiden, but betrayed his liege. Cato's tower and the nearby village of Blackridge in the far northeast perished in dragonfire when his treachery was discovered. Now he's said to haunt the ruins of his tower, which supposedly holds all kinds of treasures. But no one who tried to loot the ruins has ever returned. This is the village of the day before. Pretty cool. So how these work is in Dragonbane, they have a campaign, and these specific rumors are part of that campaign. And what the GM does is he occasionally randomly draws one of these rumors that he wants. Every so many sessions, he's going to throw a couple of these out so the players have some options about which quest to take. And each of these is linked to an actual adventure in the book. So if the players get this rumor, Deadeye's Cave, and they want to ask about it further or travel to this location, they can do that. They can travel to it, and it's a whole mapped adventure. This Deadeye's Cave. So, yeah. Otherwise, each of these are basically separate little dungeon adventures that you can play individually. But this is how you'd link them together in a campaign. You got your big map so they could travel on it. There's locations to these places. And, you just randomly draw so many of these cards every once in a while to give them something to do. That's what they're for. Then they have a deck of cards called Improvised Weapons. And how these work in your game is at the start of a combat, the GM can randomly draw one or two of these random weapons for the battle. And what they're trying to do with these cards is make each battle unique, different, and interesting more than it already might be. Like, let's say we're going to fight a combat. I would draw this. What does it say? It says Wasp's Nest. Okay, that's interesting. What is that going to do to our battle? Roll Bushcraft to pick up the wasp nest and hurl it at an enemy within 10 meters. Okay, you can hurl this thing. Secondly, the enemy gets badly stung, which inflicts 2d6 damage and gives them a bane on all actions for a shift. Okay, so if they're close to it, they're going to get attacked by the bees. Thirdly, the attack can be dodged but not parried. Armor has no effect. All right, this is one thing. These aren't separate things. So the characters could hurl it at the enemy. The enemy gets badly stung and takes 2d6 damage. The attack can be dodged but not parried. Armor has no effect. And finally, if your bushcraft roll fails, the wasps sting you instead. So that's what that does to the battle. So there's a wasp nest that the characters can grab and throw. Patch of dirt. Here's another one. Throw dirt in the eyes of an enemy within 10 meters. The enemy suffers 2d6 damage. Armor has no effect and gets a bane on all actions for the rest of the combat. The attack can be dodged, but not parried. So that's what that does. Improvised weapons. These are initiative tracking cards. There's a deck of 10 cards. Both sides randomly draw cards, and then you go in descending or ascending order. Kind of like Savage Worlds. And there's the treasure deck, which I just discussed. Sometimes they're real simple, like gold necklace. It just gives the value. And they're cards, because you can give them to the players. That's always fun. Let's see, anything interesting here? Armor shield. Roll d6. 1, it's a small shield. 2, it's a large shield. 3, it's an open helmet. 4, a great helm. 5, studded leather. Or 6, it's chain mail. So it's just a type of armor you can find. Nothing special. Gold bracelet. Here's a poison dagger. All right, Nordic, you found a poison dagger. Roll for evade. If you fail, you cut yourself and suffer a potency 12 poison. Roll d3 for the type. 1, lethal. 2, paralyzing. 3, sleeping. That's a pretty risky knife there. A knife that's coated in poison is basically what it is. You see a dagger glinting in this pile of rags. What do? Well, I'm going to go pick it up, of course. Ah, make an evade roll. If you fail, you're going to take some damage, because it's coated in poison. Roll a d3. It's either lethal, paralyzing, or sleeping, which have their own rules in the rule book. Lethal poison, paralyzing poison, and sleeping poison. So that's pretty cool. This is just a random way to add things to your adventure. Gripes, I guess these cards would be useful for other games too. So yeah, that's what's in this little box. Low branch. You can swing yourself from the branch and perform a melee attack. Yeehaw! You can make a normal move without triggering free attacks. The melee attack must be unarmed, but cannot be dodged or parried. Oh, okay. If the attack fails, you fall to the ground and take d6 bludgeoning damage. That's risky. I'm not sure it's worth it. I had these ready to go when we were going to play, but nobody wanted to play with me. Whatever. I got all the decks of cards for first edition Pathfinder. I have to break them out now. Never used them. Anyway. Boy, everybody went quiet. Is the chat dead? Anybody there? Everybody went dead. Hello. Make sure it still works. There it is. Guess you guys were just listening to me. All right, there you go. Dragonbane goodness. One of my favorite games, but there's a lot of my favorite games I'll probably never play. And that's okay. I don't mind. Maybe I'll play solo. Yeah, take that. Let's see, anything over on Discord? So James, what is that? What is that, James? What is that? that. I don't want to be... Just sounds like ambience, actually. I will mute it, though. Just in case. Devastated. Devastated. Okay. I actually like that. I like that. What is that? Off 1K. Amiga Music. Jungle Drum and Bass Compilations. I like that. That was catchy. I like that. Little music interlude for me there. That's pretty cool. It's a powerful little machine there. I'll listen to that later, though. Getting a little distracted. James, of course, is responsible for turning me into a techno nerd. Techno music nerd. Pretty much. I don't know. I always had an interest because of cyberpunk games. But yeah, I did actually. But he turned me on to some specifics, and I started looking deeper into it and found some styles and artists that I actually appreciate a great deal. So, yeah. Risa Taniguchi. Shout out to Vita. I'll leave it at that. Anyway, let's move along here. This hobby-related chat today. That's right. That's right. Hobby-related. Although nobody's saying anything. I don't know what to talk about if nobody says anything. I'm wore out. We're at 4 hours and 13 minutes. Closing in, folks. Closing in. It's 21 degrees. Windy. And it should be sundown now. Let me take a peek. Nope. Still light out. Dun, 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 dun. Hold on. Darn it, my chat wasn't working again. I figured. Let me go back and read all this madness. Let's see, I gotta play catch up again. Damn it. Worthless degrees. Tradesman myself. Yeah, that's the way to be. Trade schools are good. Hands-on learning. I'm taking an interest in carpentry. I'd like to do carpentry too. There's been some good stuff lately. New format works well. Max is doing pretty good, huh? That's good to know. I'm happy for him. He's been trying to find a format that works for years. In actuality, it's a lifelong search. You never get... It's always changing anyway. Clyde, don't mind me, lurking in the background, listening in, making turkey, mashed potatoes, mix, veggies, and gravy. That sounds good, Clyde. You gotta open a restaurant. That'd be useless master's degree. History and archaeology are worthless in this country. Yeah. Kinda. You're very limited what you can do. Useful stuff for yourself. If you're writing or teaching or working in a museum, library. Yeah. I just think it's cool learning things. You don't need a dollar sign on it to make it worth something. Honestly, I learned very little with the undergraduate degrees. I can teach all the courses I took. I went to the University of Pittsburgh. I have an MA from a medieval Scottish university. I have a job in the end. I had to make up my own job in the end. Master of Arts in History. I was a med school dropout. I didn't want to be a doctor. Yeah, I see that too. Yeah, they come with, well, you have them. You know, you've got those cards. You know all about those cards. From the grave. Brains. No, the chat shut off on me. If I go over onto YouTube and look at the chat and click it to reply or to look at a link, or it'll stay there and it locks up my chat over on OBS. So it just locks. I don't see it coming through. So I have to go back over and make sure I unclick from the chat. Warp core is going critical. We're all good now, though. Enough to be a dangerous small worlds. I had a period of a couple of years when popular science, artificial life. What are you talking about, Clyde? You got this zombie thing going on tonight. Want us to tell you what being dead is like? Much for reading about science theories. Clyde, I'm coming over. I want some turkey, please. Walking bird, be good eats. What? I thought about doing a YouTube channel, teaching history and oh, you should. That'd be great. If it's presented well, it would be awesome. I did maintenance in a large library. I made as much as librarians with PhDs. Oh boy, oh boy. I want to get some of those old school OSR books that deal with adventures and things you can add to your games for any OSR game. Like Knock and Squirrel has one that he gets, and it's a big ass book, pardon the French. It's a big book of goodness. I want to get some of those. I don't know why I'm saying that. I'm getting random again. Sorry. I tend to think out loud. When you stream a lot, you do that a lot. Streaming, thinking out loud. It's a norm. So if I don't make sense or seem random all of a sudden, that's why. Let's keep that in mind. PhD in painting miniatures. You want to get into scale model building? Not really. So, you know, I had a conversation with a really good friend of mine. His name is Paul Alba. He's one of my inspirations in painting. He got me into Napoleonic. He got me to commit to Napoleonic miniatures collecting and wargaming just by the virtue of his talent. And I greatly respect this Scotsman. And if you've been fortunate enough to meet him in the chat, he's an awesome character to talk to. I haven't seen him in a while. He's one of the old hats of the community. He's had his miniatures published in rule sets like General de Brigade. Fantastic painter. Trying to think what the point was of mentioning him. Oh, I had a conversation with him, and I was talking. You know what, Paul? We were talking about doing busts. You know those busts that you can buy? It's like a head and shoulders, and you know it's a famous person like Napoleon or something. And we got to talking about painting those things, as well as like 54 millimeter figures. That you'd put on a little wooden base and it looks beautiful and has a name tag on it or whatever. Or dioramas. Specifically, we were talking about busts. A friend of ours was painting one for a new challenge because, it is a new set of skills to learn or something to expand your current skill set that you have. Painting busts and things like that. Very detailed painting. But I was asking him, why wouldn't you do something like that? How great would that be to add a bust of Napoleon and some other famous characters, add them to your collection and your shelf of your games and maybe have them displayed with your board games and stuff. How great is that? And he said to me, I would rather spend my time painting miniatures to game with than paint something that's going to sit there, have no use, and collect dust. And to me, that was kind of eye-opening. You know what? You're right. Because if you're a wargamer, your time is already limited to begin with when you come into this hobby. Even more so when you start painting miniatures for your armies. Why would you paint all these extras just because, they're cool or whatever? So I kind of learned something from that, and it makes sense to me. Time is really a commodity that we should all treasure and use it wisely. And in this hobby, do I really want to focus on doing dioramas or painting busts or something? Not really. Be nice, but do I really want to do that? I'm a wargamer. So I kind of shy away from it. If it had a game use, like an objective marker or something for my streams, like when I do a battle report with a board game, it'd be nice to have Napoleon's head sitting there, and have a function. In that sense, yeah, I could do it. but I definitely look at the usefulness and practicality of what I'm doing in this hobby. I don't want to waste my effort and resources and time on things that just, it's not really going to do much for me, really. So I'm a bit shy of those things. Not that I wouldn't, but I'd probably look for a use for it. And then before I consider it. That's my long-winded answer to that. That question right there. So, but what do I know? Naka's great stuff. Well worth it. Yeah. Could invest in something. Smartassery PhD. We should all have such a PhD. I went to give painting a miniature bust and a large 54mm, 90mm, 1/16 figure. You see, that's your thing. That's where you're setting. So it makes sense for you to get into that. A shot, that is. If I went to Wargame, I shall take out one of my Hex Encounter Goms. That's where I get my gaming itch scratched. Yes, time is a prime factor. Especially this stage in life, it becomes even more prime, get more focused. I think it was 28mm. What's this channel name? Squirrel 28 RPG? 28mm? 28mm something. You know who I'm talking about. I can't remember his full moniker for his channel. 28mm something. But he mentioned that because he's getting older and stuff, and he kind of made me think about it myself. Like, yeah, maybe I'm getting up there too. Maybe I need to start focusing. It would probably be a smart move instead of jumping around all the time, going after the shiny. So ever since he mentioned that, I've been very much introspective about my gaming hobby. How many miniature war games have you played in the last 5 years out of curiosity? Possibly one. I think one was O Group. It was the last game I played. Because I lost my game room. I got pictures of it. I got video footage of it, actually. Want to see it? Want to see the video footage that's never been shown before? My last game. It's amazing how I have these things. I was talking to Byron last night about this and about Rosemary, because Rosemary's going to start a channel. And we all got to support her in this, and so is Byron. They're both going to make some channels eventually once they get settled. She's going to do great, because she's already got a leg up on it. She's a woman in the hobby, so that they always do good. 40K no less. But I was telling her what she do is what she should do, because she's putting lights in her 40K vehicles. Her sister's about. She's putting lights in. She learned how to do it from a guy at the store, and she's getting all complicated with the drilling and wiring so they can light up and flash. I said to her, you know what you should do, since you're thinking about doing this channel, just make some raw footage, video footage, maybe some pictures. Take video of what you're doing, the process, and save this video. You don't have to say anything. Just save it on your computer for future use. Maybe you can do voiceover and use it as a video in its own right. Or maybe it's some background video to some other discussion. You can use this stuff. I do this all the time. I shoot video that I it doesn't matter what I say, but I save the videos on my computer so I can use in the future. I did that with this game I'm about to show you. I did that with my 9th edition 40K games I played with Jesse. I've never shown them, but I'm saving them for future use. They'll come in handy, you know? You need to learn to do that. Just random footage, because you never know. Oh, geez, I'm being summoned. That's okay. We're almost done here anyway. Let me see. What was I going to do? I have to find it first. Sanctuary of the Slaughtered. I think I put it in my new folder. For Dash of Alan, I think. Dash of Alan intro videos, no. New Forge and Brush content. Is that it? Let's go in there. I'll show you in a second. DAC. Yeah, I've got videos here that I'm still working on. Fantasy Nights, League of Dungeoneers, Miniatures. O Group. Here it is. This was the last game I played. And I don't know if you can hear the sound. Really doesn't matter. Let me just randomly click one of these vids. This is Battle Number 2, Part 5. Let me keep it open. This looks okay. Let's pause it. And then let's see if I can share it on the screen. Probably no sound. I have the sound from my laptop off. You don't need the sound anyway. But you'll be able to see my last final battle. I think you'll be able to see this. It's not showing up. All right, let me make it move. It might not show. It should be playing now. I don't see it. It's not showing. Why is it not showing? Maybe it has to be full screen. Maybe. Is it full screen? Ah, damn it. Oh, God. Wait a minute. Let me pause that. Let me try and show it. Well, I could show it as a display capture. That's what I'll do. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Show you my whole frickin' computer here. Where's my display capture? Here it is. All right, you ready? Let me look at the chat quick. I have a longbow. Great Battles of History, SPQR Squirrel. Doing some cleaning. Do you want to see the last battle? Everybody's leaving. I'm going to show you the last battle. Hold on. God, you mention this, you ask, and then gone. Everybody leaves me. You get to see my last battle I played. Look at that. Me and my laser pointer, which is really useful when you're shooting videos for battle reports. Look at that battle. Look at that tabletop. That's beautiful. This is what Jake is going to be able to experience. Look at that. I was playing O Group, by the way. Got the Germans creeping up through the village, pushing out the Americans. The Americans were holding out in these buildings. These buildings I made with cardboard, by the way, and spackle. In a weekend. I made a whole freaking village. Isn't that awesome, Clyde? Oh, I'm looking at my screen. Hold on. I can't look at the chat. I'll let this play a little bit. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Panzer IVs and Stugs coming up through the... Ian got most of this stuff. He got all those buildings. Oh, this is what I'm going to be doing this year. I'm going to be playing these games again. Alright, so there you go. That's some video footage of my last final game. That nobody has seen before. I do, says Nordic. Saladin. Saladin. Do you still have all that terrain, Fritz? I have all the trees right here next to me. I've got... Got my trees. Got my hills. I got all my terrain. I gave Ian my buildings. And the cars and the fences and the walls. That stuff's gone because I didn't think I'd ever be playing 15 mil again. But I don't care. That's fine. I was letting him enjoy it because I'll just make new stuff for myself by hand. Or 3D print. I will be 3D printing some stuff. But I love making it by hand. And I'll be doing that. Chat provides nothing anyway. Oh, that's a terrible thing to say, Clyde. Clyde, you're pretty dark tonight. What's going on? Zombies and eating brains. All right, stand back. Clyde is not in a mood. All right, be warned. Be warned, folks. O Group was fun. It has that historical old school flair for a miniatures game. I liked it a lot. I think someone is laser targeting those buildings. That was me. I like to use them when I talk. Now over here in this forest we had the Germans approaching, but they were stalled up by these tanks from the Americans. You know, it's perfect. Well, you are 2 months into the year, so you better get cracking. Yeah, that's true. We are 2 months in. First step is the game room. Once it's not freezing and wet and snowy and icy, I can't even get to my house back there. It's solid sheet of ice. Gotta go to bed now. All right, Paul, you take care of yourself. Gotta remember, he's 6 hours at 4 or 5 hours ahead of us, depending on the time of year. He's over in the UK. Have an adventure day tomorrow with the kids in Manchester. I need my sleep. Good night all. Sleep tight. Mind the bed bugs don't bite. God, if you got bed bugs, you better get the hell out of there. But yeah. Leave that alone. Good night, small worlds. I shall see Clyde's dark mood with a frozen mood. Frickin' cold here, Mr. Bigglesworth. Well said, Nordic. Well said. All right, there you go. So yeah, that was my final battle. No, I never showed those yet, so they're going to be a bat rep at some point. I do talk in the video. I'll do something with it. Not sure what, but it was a great experience playing that game. I played a whole series of battles and really freaking enjoyed the game. I love all David Brown's rules and the derivatives thereof. Panzer Grenadier, which became O Group, General de Brigade, which became General d'Armée, Guns at Gettysburg, which became Pickett's Charge. I mean, they're all great freaking games. He just has a knack for it. And it's a knack that I appreciate. It's very old school, historical feeling type games, you know? British Grenadier, which is a derivative of General de Brigade, different author, but still, great game. All right, what are we at? 8 viewers. Always one person on Twitch. Twitch does not work for me. I don't get a lot of viewers on Twitch. I don't do video games, I guess. I don't know. My nickname at work is J Darko. I think you pointed that out before. So you might be working next week. What is the date? It's the 17th. Oh yeah, we're kind of moving right along in February. It's always good having you here, Squirrel. You and Zadarok. I really appreciate that. And I'll say it again. If you're watching this channel later on, or if you're in this channel right now, and you don't subscribe to Squirrel Hermit's wonderful channel, he's one of the few channels that I try to watch every time there's a video. That seldom happens. I'm lucky if I could catch a video from anyone else, to be honest with you. But I always make it a point to check out his stuff. Why? Because it's wholesome. He's a great human being. And he talks about stuff that's interesting to me in the hobby and outside the hobby. Worth checking out. He deserves some subscriptions. He really does. How long you been doing this, Squirrel? You should have more subscribers for sure. And I think it's not a professional channel. Neither's mine. But it's a very wholesome, real channel. And that is something we should all appreciate. Feels like he's a real person, not just somebody, hey everybody, you want to buy this new car? I've got one for you right here, $29.99 a month. It's yours. You can have it now. Instead of that approach to a video, he's real. He's legit. So I can't emphasize it more. Check out his channel. Show him some love. Subscribe to him. It's frustrating. But anyway. Well, I need to step off from here and do some straightening up. Yeah, we're about ready to call it Nordic. I appreciate you coming on, man. I hope you and Matt do some great work with your streams there. Board game focused. maybe a little miniatures painting here and there. That'd be great. I want the best for God, I forgot his name. Matt. I forgot his name for my good friend whose name I forgot. What a terrible thing. Don't tell him that happened. You know my short-term memory. It's it's like opening and closing the door. Just received a text. Next week is a go. I'll have the details tomorrow evening. All right, so there you go, folks. Squirrel is going to have the details for work next week. That's good for him. Kind of sad for us. We won't see him for a while. But he might be live from the motel room, painting away, perhaps. That's always good fun. You have to bring him into the chat one of these days soon. It's been a while since we heard the Squirrel Hermit. Hermitage. Over 2 years now. 2 years. Holy smokes. It's 100 subscribers a year. You should have a couple thousand. I just blinked squirrel. Excellent. But anyway, folks, it's that time of night again where I'm going to call it here before we hit 5 hours. I'm not going to do 5 hours. I got to eat and stretch my legs. I'm going to need a wheelchair pretty soon. Anyway, I appreciate all you guys coming in, joining the chat. Give Squirrel a subscribe. And I'll see you guys probably not tomorrow, but possibly. I'm trying to do these every other day because it's more fitting. I don't want to get you guys bored of me, among other things, but I appreciate it. So Squirrel, you let us know. Take care of yourself. Tell Zaddy Rock likewise. Hope she gets well. Clyde, I appreciate you there in the background today. Getting a little crazy and wild he was. Yeah. Gotta watch that Clyde now and then with him and his fedora. He's watching. He's watching. Take care, James. I appreciate you. Thanks as always, my friends. Nordic, Big Small Paul, and everybody else. So, folks, we're going to call it there. You guys have a wonderful evening or a good start to your day, and we'll talk to you soon. And as always, hang in there. And you know why? It's only going to get better. We'll talk to you soon. Take care, everyone.